Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to be here with you guys on the Saturday night. Thank you all for joining Night Court. Sorry I didn't have Night Court last night, but I wanted to get into some research, and I've been working on some videos to share with you guys. But I didn't get everything I needed to get in or together. But I did find some unexpected little nuggets and things like that. Also, I had a friend send over some screenshots that I guess I just never saw before, but I wasn't involved in the Facebook groups in the beginning or anything like that. Um, Again, I was really, really new to YouTube and also being a creator. So, I realize nowadays that, if you want to find information, Facebook is a great place to go. Um, but I just want to shout everybody out that's in here. Hey, Gail, good to see you, Gail, and thank you so much. And Witchy Mama, thank you so much for putting in our disclaimers and talking about merch. I made some new logos, so I think I'm going to incorporate those into some new merch items for you guys as well. And again, there's a couple of active petitions that we've been supporting around here. One of them is the Son of Sam Law for Dom and Davian's Law. So definitely go over there and sign that petition. Also, one for Haley's Law. And we also put in our hotlines, right? DV hotline. Excuse me. Tonight we're going to be talking about DV. We're also going to be talking about child abuse. And I know that is a touchy subject. It is definitely trigger warning territory. Um, and, I hate to talk about it, but, when I think about the rumor mill and the truth that's come out of the rumor mill, I have to start believing the rumor mill, right? Because it's very spot on to what's in the paperwork. It's eerily similar. And usually, when there's rumors, there's some untruths in there. In this case, we're seeing some truths in there, and it's quite alarming. Witchy Mama, thank you. Also, viewer discretion is always advised here. And guys, if you want to share out these flyers, please just click the link. Thank God for our mods here and Witchy Mama putting in these flyers. Summer Wells still missing. Devlin Tate still missing. He's from Lake Odessa, Michigan. Sebastian Rogers still missing. Michael Monkey Vaughn is still missing. They are going to have a vigil for Michael Monkey Vaughn. So if you're in the area or if you want to support Brandy's channel or what have you, definitely check that out. But that's the information for all of that. And thank you so much. And hey, Cinderella, good to see you, Cinderella. And Valley Gal is here. Good to see you, Valley Gal. And hey, Smiley, good to see you, Smiley. And congratulations about the monetization. And also, just thank you so much for what you've been putting out there about Sebastian. It's so difficult. And, anybody that's willing to cover it, with care and compassion and thinking about different things. Like I was just in your live and I was listening about how I think there should be better training involved. Um, I don't remember which video it was, but we definitely talked about that. Hey, Susie, to because there was, I think, a man who had schizophrenia that the Sumner County Sheriff's Office kind of like they ended up beating him really, really bad. And I believe Kiki also talked about it. And I think there is a big difference. We also had some more thoughts in the chat too about how, the officers have to be careful of who they come up on. And if they're on a call, their safety is also a concern. But I think that if we had some better training, we can identify someone that's maybe, I mean, I'm not saying people with mental illness are not dangerous. I don't want to say that at all. But maybe if we can identify those things, we don't have to be as aggressive or, you know, it. it's hard. It's a really hard one, but I think it's a good topic to discuss, um, because I think I've never really thought of it like that, where you have a child who's on the spectrum who may not understand certain commands, and that would be so scary. That would just be nerve wracking, because some people would react to put your hands up and they would put their hands up right away, but sometimes someone on the spectrum that is having even an issue at that time might not recognize that command as a serious one. We would hate for anybody to get hurt. So it's just really important topics, guys, and I love those topics that are hard. I love those topics that make me think. Thought provoking, food for thought. I love that because that's the only way we could truly get down to the nitty gritty, right? And those are um, important issues, right? Because if we just say, well, I don't want to hear about it, or I'm undecided, so I just don't want to, but then you have to think about there's parents out there that have this real fear and legitimate concerns about that. And I'd be concerned. I am concerned now that I'm thinking about it. I'm like, oh, wow. Hey, Jilly, good to see you. So, and Sandy and my PTSD, so good to see you guys. Um, so, thank you, Witchy. Hello, Stacey Michelle. Good to see you. I hope you're not working too hard. And hey, Kiki, there you are. I was just talking about Kiki. But I think we were talking about that too. About there was, some brutal force used when maybe that it wasn't necessary. I hate that, And Bo, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Um, I do, because I fear for people who are in a vulnerable position, right? I mean, any of us that can handle a situation like that, we need to put our, we need to cooperate, and everything. But it's just difficult when we're dealing with somebody who might not understand. That scares me. And Christmas Swan is here. Good to see you, Christmas Swan. And Detroit Rock City is here. Hello, Detroit. And let's see who else. I want to make sure I'm not forgetting anybody or skipping over. But I think I have a good show planned for you guys. I wanted to go over Chris's alibi, but there's so much out there, and I don't want to miss a piece of it, or, because that just bugs me. I don't know. I don't know the other creators. If you guys make videos and you think, oh, I should have put that piece in there, and then it just bugs me that it's not with the rest of it. And so I'm trying to gather everything up. But many of us have discussed it, and even going over some of old lives, and different people's opinions and thoughts on it. It's just very interesting. Even that guy Mike Daman, or Damon, he did a video. Now his accent is super thick, so if I pull anything in from his lives, I'm gonna have to use the closed captioning to help me, because I love, and you guys know I love accents, and everybody's different opinions, is important. But I just have a tough time understanding him because of his thick accent, and I don't mean that in any type of bad way. But I will need to do that because I started watching and I couldn't follow along as well. But I know he's very intelligent, and I know that he'll get the whiteboard out and write things down, and I appreciate that. That visual, because I'm a very visual person. So um, I want to pull some of that in. Just some of the good points that people have made, because um, yeah, you've run out of time. Well, yeah, and especially if I wanted to get it up by tonight. But I think this is also equally important because it takes us back through the paperwork. And of course, I do want to piece it out, but if we can bind the paperwork, what's being alleged, because we have uh, Sumner County Sheriff's Office, we have Sumner County Sheriff Eric Craddock, and then we have Brandon Carter, who have all been named in one suit, and then we have another with DCS. Some of the workers, their supervisors, but there's still some unnamed people. But I do want to really talk about different pieces of it as we go. And I think the neighbors is a very interesting topic because I was saying, why didn't anybody come forward, and why were the neighbors be okay with any of this? Why wouldn't they be like screaming from the rooftops, right? But some of them came out and talked about it. And I don't know whether they were threatened or maybe they didn't think they were being listened to. Maybe they told the police and nothing was done about it, as we're seeing has been alleged in this lawsuit. So, I'm just trying to understand how this all happened because it's not okay. None of this is okay. It doesn't sit well with me at all. And I just think that we have more pieces to a puzzle that we've been missing. But some of them were kind of in the maybe pile, right? Some of what we were thinking was true, but we didn't have any type of evidence to really prove it or disprove it. And then these neighbors coming out, they may have wanted to say something, but it was falling on deaf ears. And then maybe that's why they're going to YouTube creators and giving them information. But I still don't know why none of this information was ever given to Seth unless it was. Then I'm fine with it, right? But what I'm trying to say is that there's still that question mark of why didn't anyone tell Seth, because Seth would pick Sebastian up from his house. It's not like there was an arrangement or they would meet halfway. Say sometimes, if a parent lives 45 minutes away, they'll make arrangements where mom will bring the child halfway to dad or vice versa. But as Seth has told us before, he would go pick Sebastian up from their house in Hendersonville. And if what's being alleged in these Facebook posts are true, I'm just wondering why they didn't take the opportunity to show him or tell him what was going on. Because it's very concerning. And you can kind of tell if you know, okay, so how can I say this? Because I'm not trying to say the neighbors were being nosy. In fact, I think what they did was correct if they told. But if you're in the know about this family, your neighbors that live next to you that much, then you can kind of understand that Sebastian's dad was picking him up every other weekend, right? You could see him coming and pulling in the driveway and sitting there. There were times that Seth said that he would sometimes arrive a little early and he would be sitting there waiting on Sebastian. So at that time, why wasn't it prudent to them to go and tell Sebastian's father? Because I would. And if I had the knowledge and I had made a report to DCS, say I'm the neighbor and I saw Seth sitting outside, I couldn't help myself besides go out there and tell him, right, hey, there's something really bad going on here and it makes me so uncomfortable that I did call. Or maybe you might not tell him you called, but you might tell him what's going on. Maybe they assumed that he knew. So that's kind of what I've been thinking about the last couple of days as well. And Belinda, good to see you, Belinda, says, imagine being totally deaf and being pulled over and asked questions. LE is really not trained in sign language. My son is deaf and he is constantly worried about Tennessee LE. Belinda, I think that is such a good point, and I just love that Smiley brought that up because you don't think about those things. A lot of us don't think about those things. And you're absolutely right. I tried to learn American Sign Language and it's really tough, but I know some, not as much as I wanted to learn. But I think that's such a good point. Um, Communication is key, right? And if someone can't hear you, now that's scary, right? And they should know what to look for, or there should be some sort of a signal, Like we have the hand signal for if someone's in danger. Well, why can't we do a hand signal for when someone has special needs or when someone is deaf to help them to help the officers understand? Because then it's no one's fault really, but I think it would be nice for them to have the extra training in mind. So that way they can just keep it in mind. But I know they have a tough job. I do. That doesn't escape me. Hey, Catherine. So, I mean, because I don't that this is the problem with Sumner County and law enforcement there, is that I've had to go after law enforcement, and I do not like to be that one to do that because I understand that there are so many good officers out there that work so hard and they don't like this behavior. They would never condone it or think it's okay. Um so, yes, every time we have something TBI, FBI, or Seth, I always send anything to Seth. Yeah, I mean, I do too, Kiki. And that way he has it so he can check it over. And I just wondered why they didn't, because of what I'm going to read you guys, um, is interesting. That they were alleging all of this stuff. Um, hey, country guy, good to see you. Good evening. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with the stuff. Um, Now I did include some of what we're citing in um in this video, in the paperwork, right? And again, I don't like reiterating any of this because it's heartbreaking. It really is. Um, and it just makes me wonder. Um, and I saw this quote and I thought, this is how I feel about people, right? And this goes for like law enforcement people, this goes for DCS, this goes for all people. Um, I mean, you could have $1 billion and I might think that you are a bad person, so I want nothing to do with you. Um, because that's not what's important to me. You know, we all make mistakes. None of us are perfect. But I think it's important to recognize that, if you're a good person, you don't do certain things, right? You don't go around telling people that you hate your stepson and you wish that he was dead. And that was a big quote that was reiterated throughout both filings. Um, And so I was scrolling through YouTube. This says, the only way to impress me is by being a good person. I don't care what you have, what you wear, where you live, or what you drive. I just have deep respect for people with pure hearts, good intentions, and true character. And this is great because this really sums it up. And again, I don't care if you're law enforcement, I don't care if you're a social worker, I don't care if you went to school for a billion bajillion years and now all of a sudden you're a doctor. I don't care because that doesn't make a good person. We watched a doctor pronounce a little baby that he passed away and they found him breathing in the morgue at the hospital. To me, I don't care if he went to school. I think he's a jerk. And I'm gonna say, oh my gosh, he's a jerk. And he was very what's the word? Like pompous about, stuff. And um so I just put that in there. And then I redid some of my logos yesterday too, guys, because I felt we need a little freshen up here. But I put a couple of those and made one for Florida. So we got, in a nutshell, these are kind of my thumbnails that I've been using, or this one I've been using. We got, Seth Rogers, Sebastian's father, filed a lawsuit. We went over that already. It's alleging that, detectives were deliberately not following proper protocols and things like that. And everything points to that maybe people were panicking because they knew Sebastian, they knew that he was having difficulties, and they just let it go. Like, for instance, when law enforcement was called into the 2022 call, I know there was a lot of confusion because when the call originated, it was about SA, and they said Sebastian's a victim. So people were saying, well, does that mean that Chris and Katie were SAing Sebastian, or that the SA was still going on? And excuse me, the answer, to the best of my knowledge, is absolutely not, right? What the call was about was what happened in California. And I think a lot of people who have PTSD can maybe follow my way of thinking. And again, I don't want to um, offend anyone or anything like that, or upset anybody by saying this. But sometimes a flashback from a traumatic event that people who have PTSD experience, and complex PTSD, when you experience a flashback, it could be like it's happening right then and there. It's so vivid. It is so real. It can even induce like smells and sounds, and it's very real. And so for a child who's on the spectrum, as Sebastian is, I would imagine that maybe that's why he was confusing some of the things that was going on at that time, right? Maybe that's why Katie was like, well, I mean, that happened a long time ago. Well, it might have happened a long time ago, Katie, but the fact of the matter is when you have post traumatic stress disorder, those feelings come rushing back like it just happened. And he was dealing with a great amount of trauma. The triggers, thank you, Susie, the triggers. Yes. And when you're, experiencing that, sometimes it's hard to articulate it, even as an adult, even as, you know a regular person who's not dealing with a chromosome deletion and not dealing with autism, right? So I just kind of wanted to talk about that a little bit to begin with, because it's really been weighing on my heart. And I also heard a lot of people excuse me, that didn't quite understand what was happening in that, and they were thinking that there was SA happening in the household when the first call came in. So I just wanted to clarify that a little bit, because like I said, it was pertaining to what Sebastian was remembering back, and having issues with, and it changes somebody. It changes who we are. Um, and I just kind of wanted to explain that, because I know there was even some bigger creators out there that were unsure about that. Um, I've never thought Katie was properly questioned. I never thought she was. But I didn't realize it was a deliberate neglect to do so. I guess it was maybe that I didn't want to believe that, or I didn't think that that was the case, but now I do think it's the case. I do think so. And then in the lawsuit, we have Christopher Proudfoot, which I call him Stepfoot, and he was named as the primary focus and person of significant interest, who might have been the one. Well, it's alleged that he's the one that was causing Sebastian the physical and the degrading behavior that Sebastian was going through. It was Chris Proudfoot who was laying that down to him, right? But that Katie was allowing for it. Hey, the real me too. So, um, that's a major issue in and of itself, because Sebastian didn't really have people that he can go to, and then Katie wasn't sticking up for him. like she should have, like she should have probably left the situation, which I know there was talk of Katie leaving Chris, but just not, she just never followed through on it in time. And in my opinion, instead, she took Chris's ultimatum, which really upsets and bothers me. Um, hey, Seth, yes, exactly. PTSD physically rewires the brain. It creates an overactive fear center, the amygdala, shrinks the memory and context center, your hippocampus, and impairs the logical thinking center in your prefrontal cortex. This locks the brain in chronic survival mode. Thank you, Seth. And I think that's why it's difficult for maybe even people to understand, okay, why would he tell the teachers this now? Because it's still affecting him, because of the PTSD. And I'm surprised. I was also thinking, I'm surprised Sebastian wasn't diagnosed with complex PTSD, because again, when it's a prolonged trauma, and when you're having trauma layered on top of trauma, you know? So it's good to see you, Seth. It's good to see you. Thank you for being here. And thank you for that, because, I want to say it right, and I don't want to upset anybody, because I know everybody's trauma is different. And some people don't want to talk about it. Some people do want to talk about it. Some people want those people to be in trouble. Some people just never want to ever talk about it again. You know what I'm saying? It affects everybody differently. Um, in these factual allegations against Sumner County Sheriff's Office and these two up here, Sheriff Craddock and Brandon Carter, uh, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' history of abuse and vulnerability were known to law enforcement. And I think that's where we get the puzzle piece of why nothing was done, because they were, and why they were sweeping it under the rug, in my opinion. Because the way I see it is that they were sweeping it under the rug because they knew, and they couldn't let everybody knew that they no, excuse me, they couldn't let everybody know that they knew, right? Because then it's on them for dropping the ball too. Like Chris and Katie aren't the only ones in trouble, right? But the thing about it is the truth does come to light, and so as it's going to come out, I think it would have always come out. But they were banking on it not ever coming out. But Seth is a smart guy, and he understands and knows to dig into things, and especially probably being around all of us, but I mean, you got to continue to kind of dig up and see and get to the bottom of it. And I mean, it's very obvious when we see this paperwork. It's very obvious. Yeah, PTSD is like autism. There's levels to it. Yeah, there's levels to it. Yeah, and I think that it's like autism too, Seth, because you can do therapies to help it. I used to be way worse than I am right now. Just as a, as an example, to put myself as an example. So cuz I do have that diagnosis, and I took it seriously at first, too, looking up, like, I don't have that. What the heck? And and then I'm like, oh yeah, I do that. Oh, yeah, yeah, that. Okay, wait a minute, maybe I do have it, type of a thing. So yeah, he is the real me too. And when you have your child missing, you want to get to the bottom of it. You want to get to the bottom of what's going on. Um, and I mean, I would. So Sebastian's strong, Sebastian's army. Thank you, Susie. So, yeah, they knew, and they didn't do anything because they knew. And I think that's why, that's our big why for that part of it. Um, Now, of course, this is everybody named in here too. So it's Sumner County, Tennessee, Sumner County Sheriff's Office, Eric Craddock and Brandon Carter, official capacities and professional capacity, and individual capacities, being sued by Seth Rogers, next of friend to Sebastian, who is a minor. Right. I just want everybody to remember that too. And there's some Jane and John Does that haven't been named. Oops, sorry, I didn't want to scroll there. Um, Complaint for damages and injunctive relief, demand for jury trial. Okay, so that's what's going on. I did put in a couple of these statements. So, and I know everybody kind of knows this, but I wanted to refer back to it as we're going. Um, you know, and we talked about his diagnoses and all of this. The DCS records show, and we're going to kind of talk a little bit more about those, that Sebastian was dealing with physical abuse, emotional abuse by his stepfather, Chris Proudfoot. And then his mother, Katie Proudfoot, was saying, well, I'm not really concerned about it. It's not that big of a deal. We're working on it. We got Sebastian in counseling and that sort of thing. So before Sebastian Rogers disappeared, the Sumner County Sheriff's Office had direct knowledge of and involvement in Sebastian's situation through its participation with DCS and the Child Protective Investigative Team, which was CPIT. And we went over CPIT and what they do. They work with the Juvenile Court Ashley's Place Child Advocacy Center and also assist the Assistant District Attorney Jenny Smith was also part of that team and would have, right, worked with Sebastian or been aware of his case. But, we found out that Jenny transferred offices around the same time that the district attorney, Ray Whitley, was retiring. So we have a lot of people that are, flying the coop, so to speak. Um, now on November 3rd, 2022, is when Sebastian called in about, well, when there was a call in about Sebastian talking about the essay, right? So, and then again, there was another call that's being referenced here on May 23rd, 2023. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office participated in CPIT proceedings regarding Sebastian's DCS cases, and a detective was assigned through CPIT. And then through the CPIT proceedings and the DCS records, law enforcement would have known, right, or should have known that Sebastian was essayed in California for a period of weeks. And, it included some horrible situations that you would think of, right, in that scenario. Sebastian was afraid of Mr. Chris, right? Chris Proudfoot, and he feared being hurt, and that's a direct quote, hurt, if his stepfather found out about the essay. Proudfoot admitted to DCS that he whacked Sebastian in the belly, and we're going to go into that statement a little bit more in depth. Okay, the neighbors reported that Proudfoot hated the child and wanted the child to die. That's a direct quote. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' grandmother reported the stepfather often called Sebastian names and would degrade him, which is awful. Excuse me. And we've talked about this here too a lot, where, some people would be like, well, I'd rather be punched in the face than called stupid, or I would rather be hit with a, whatever, than be told that I'm not, nothing, right? Like some people think that the words are worse than the beatings. And I try to tell you guys, don't have that mindset, right? You guys know me. I'm like, don't have that mindset. No abuse is okay. All trauma is bad. And, please don't listen to that. I mean, don't say that, right? But it is for some people way worse to be told, you're uh, blah 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 XYZ, right? Insert rude, ignorant comment, right? Whatever you can think of. And there's many of us that have been emotionally and mentally abused, and people are like it's the worst, right? And it is bad. All of it's bad. None of it's okay. Um, Violence can lead to somebody dying, right? And it's not just the sticks and stones, right? Because a lot of us have grown up with that. Sticks and stones could break my bones, but words could never hurt me. But words can hurt. Words can hurt, and they can stick with you. It all sticks with us. Whether it's physical, essay, you name it, it's all bad. They wouldn't have, abuse after the word if it wasn't abuse, right? But again, thinking back about this, Sebastian was dealing with a lot of different types, right? And so it's it's that bad, it's really really bad. It's extra bad. And again, this complex layering of trauma. Hey Shadow, hey Misty, welcome in guys, welcome in everyone. Hey Holly. So I mean, it's just, yeah, I remember things said to me too. I do too. Yeah. And it's like, even if we know it's not true, Holly, that's the bad thing. Because so that's why, I'm not so quick to be like sticks and stones, because I mean, especially if it's coming from someone who you love so much, right? If it's coming from your parents, aw, thank you, Susie, for the jewels, for the little star. Aw. I mean, if it's coming from your parents, and that's gonna stick with you arguably your whole life, you know what I mean? Or if it's coming from a best friend or a loved one, like someone who you really care that they think of you, it could be devastating. No doubt about it. It hurts deep. It cuts deep. Um, Lover Girl says, "Sorry if this is a dumb question or if it's been already been answered, but did the neighbor report to CPS that Chris hated Sebastian and wanted him to die, or was that reported to LE after he's missing?" No, and that's not a dumb question, Lover Girl. There's just so much. No, that is a direct quote from the DCS reports that's been included in the filing. So yeah, that's what the DCS worker wrote down, that when she talked to the neighbor, is that's what the neighbor said. That Chris Proudfoot. And also with these other text messages, or excuse me, not text. If I say that, please know that I'm talking about Facebook posts, because I'll probably call them texts. Um, but the Facebook posts, that's why they're so, it's just so eerily similar too. And surprising and concerning, because people were like, well, everybody's spreading these rumors around. And it's like, but they're not rumors if they're true, you know. Not to mention emotional neglect from both of them. In my opinion, Julie, I mean, that's a great point too. Well, I mean, it's really hard on somebody when we tell somebody something's happening to us and people don't believe us. It's very difficult. I know I've dealt with that before. I know a lot of you guys have probably dealt with that before. So we kind of know that feeling of like, hey, why don't you believe me? Like, do you not, like, why aren't you listening to me? I'm trying to tell you. And it's really hard to come out and tell people. And so when we're not believed, it's even worse. It feels like it's adding insult to injury. Hey Janet. So that's what's difficult, and that's what Sebastian was dealing with. Thank you, Andrea. Andrea says, I'm praying for Sebastian and Seth. Aw, thank you, Kiki, for the jewels. Oh, that's so cute. I wish I could put that on the board, you guys, when you guys do the jewels. I know you can all see them, but I just still. Thank you, Kiki. That's so sweet. So, they did fail immediately, Valley Gal. They did. And another thing that kind of bugs me is that, if something happened out of state, I just don't see how that doesn't qualify as something that should still be looked at, especially if Sebastian's having a hard time with it, still to this day. And he's reporting having, such horrible feelings about it still. I mean, it's just unbelievable. I just feel so sorry for him that he was dealing with that. Yeah. Yeah, lover girl, you're welcome. You are so welcome. She says, "Okay, thank you." And that's what I thought is that the neighbor reported to DCS, but it was listed in the safety assessment on March 1st. So I wasn't sure if it was reported before or after when he went missing. And I wanted to talk more about that safety assessment too tonight because I find it interesting that they did one, but they waited until March 1st. And then they closed it out after, well, they closed it March 5th. So, I mean, only after 4 or 5 days, excuse me, of looking into that. So, oh, that's cool that you got a new phone, Andrea. So, but yeah, so I mean, it's a lot to unpack and it's a lot to think about. And, again, it's been just really weighing heavy on my heart because I'm like, this is just, it's just not okay, and of course, Sebastian was struggling with all of this stuff. And then he was struggling with the fact that Chris Proudfoot was being a jerk to him about it, right? And not and in he's one of the last people you would want to have to deal with, in a situation like this. So I wanted to read you guys some of what the neighbors were saying on Facebook. Now, I don't have the exact dates because Facebook doesn't do that. But here are some of the posts. Let's see that the neighbors. Okay, here we go. All right. So, oh, okay. This one does have a date, and I'm assuming it's all this date, right? May 3rd, 2024, which was quite a little while after. Oh, and what I wanted to say too is that when I had Chloe on the panel, we were talking about Summer's case. I got together with her before we would do shows, and we would talk about Summer Wells's case. But she was also on the phone call, excuse me, the call in on Crime Lines and Lies panel, right? Brooks, her channel. And they were talking about Sebastian getting hit with the pressure washer from Proudfoot and all the horrible things. And I just remember her telling me, like, that is real. Like, no matter what anybody says, like, that is true, right? Because there was a lot of like back and forth whether it was true, whether it wasn't. Was it really a neighbor? Did they even know what they were talking about? Like all of that stuff, right? But I believed her and I believe her still, right? And I believe the caller. Um, so I just kind of want to preface all of this with that. Um, and Lolo, good to see you. Wouldn't want to have to deal with CP in any situation. And I'm an adult. Right, Lolo, such a good point. Yeah, me neither. Could you imagine even having to deal with him at a grocery store or having to wait on his table or, or any of that? It's just like, oh, so, um, well, good. Oh, that is so good, Kiki. I'm so glad to hear that I'm going boots on the ground, Kiki says, lady with someone from Summer Girl soon. Oh, that's so wonderful. That is so wonderful. Um, and Summer needs to be found. I mean, and the thing is some people came forward in her case and then they backed off and then they came, some come forward and back off. And see, that's crazy to me. That's crazy to me, Seth. Hello, SI officer. Good to see you. Seth says, I don't know if that is a rumor or not. None of the neighbors ever spoke with me after Sebastian went missing. Gosh, I would have been flagging you down. If I was the neighbor and I knew, I would have been feeling so bad. That's just so strange to me. I still don't understand that, you know? So this says this is from the group Sebastian Rogers Awareness and Discussion. Um and let's see. Oh, sorry. Let me just plug in my um computer here. It's telling me it's low battery. Okay, so and again, May 3rd, 2024. Lots of disturbing information in this. So Chris sprayed Sebastian with the pressure washer, and Sebastian got upset. Of course he did. And he yelled at Katie to come get her R word. Uh, it was on the neighbor's camera given to TBI allegedly. Well, first of all, I hope so. I hope that this neighbor gave that if there was footage and hardcore evidence, as Chris Proudfoot likes to call it, then I would hope that that would have been over to the TBI as fast as anybody's head could spin. Awful. It does make me sick and sad. Hey, Nisa Marie. It just Valley Gal. I as a parent, mm-mm. And you knew this, and you're not coming forward to me. And I mean, forget you can't change what you can't we can't change the past. But what they could have done at the very least is after Sebastian went missing is to just start telling, start spilling the beans, start being like, ooh, yeah, I made a bad decision and I only called DCS. I should have told Seth, right? Yes, Andrea, the R word. And guys, because of how gross this case is, those are the words that I have blocked in my block list. No other words besides those because of how disgusting others have been in my comments and in the chat before saying that word in here. You know, it's unacceptable. I don't like it one bit. It's horrible. Hello, Trish. She says evidence. He does say evidence. It's like, well, there's your hardcore evidence. And it's just odd to me, that, but I hope and pray that that was given over. They said it was, so I'd have to say, okay, I hope so. Also, it says the neighbor said Katie only drove around for 10 minutes looking for him that morning. Now, here's the thing about that. We do have Katie driving around the neighborhood around 6:32. I believe the call in to law enforcement was 6:38. So, where did she go for that 6 minutes? Because I thought she said that when they were on the phone, meaning her and Chris, and they were doing the three-way, that he told her to go back to the house. But if she was already in the neighborhood, I mean, it's just so weird. Like, again, it just doesn't add up. I cannot imagine what he went through either. And as I sit and reflect on it, it just makes me so sad. It really does. Right. Kiki, that's a very good point. So Kiki says, but on the dispatch, the code red isn't until 7:45. So when did they really get to the house? When did they really arrive? Because again, Katie's like, it was rapid fire. And Chris was like, oh, yeah, they were there. I mean, within minutes of us calling. Minutes. And honestly, I think they reported too quickly, in my opinion. It just really seems premeditated, right? Like, okay, this is what we're going to do. You're going to wake up and you're gonna not be able to find Sebastian, and then we're gonna go ahead and call, but first you got to drive around looking for him. But she didn't spend that much time looking for him. Their house is not small, and plus it's kind of odd how it's set up. Like, it's not one of those houses that has like a tri level where you can see from both areas and just holler out to somebody and they might hear you. I mean, she would have to go upstairs to check the bonus room. There's also like a little, I think it's like a little attic space or some storage space that he could have been hiding in. So there's like a lot of places that if he hides, right, like she said he hides, or she suspected he may have been hiding, and she was looking for him, she would have probably taken at least 10 minutes to check that whole house, at least, in my opinion, and hollering for him. Sebastian, Sebastian, where are you? Running, looking out the back door into the, looking into the garage, going outside, you know. It just seems like it would take longer than just 3 minutes. I mean, she's like, at first she said it only took her like a minute. Then she's like 2 minutes. Then she said 3 minutes, So, I mean, but even at 3 minutes, I just don't see her getting around the house that quick to look for him again. Then she went outside and allegedly asked the neighbor, which adds some time onto that. SI officer says, I would be frantic running around like a chicken with my head cut off. Me too. But in my opinion, we know why there's a difference here. Well, and I think she knows, like I think it was all set up and that this was the plan, but I mean, I would be frantic too. I mean, I think it might take a minute for the panic to settle in, but if I realized that Sebastian was nowhere in the house, I would start getting very worried, especially because this is not his normal behavior. Now, if he was a kid that liked to wander off, or if he had even done it one time before, that would have set in the panic right away, right? Because you're like, oh shit, he did it again, right? Like, oh my God, where is he? And then you're thinking, okay, well, calm down. We found him last time, right? Like, because I do that to myself too. I try to calm myself down. So, I mean, you might do that as well, right? But I mean, if he's never run away before, I would be panicking. I'd be like, okay, where could he be? What's going on? And of course, you would check to see if the windows were. I would check the windows first, right? But then again, too, I might not even look in the neighborhood if I knew that which Chris Proudfoot knew, right? If I knew that my neighbor had a ring door camera, I might go over there and ask them if they saw him on the ring door camera. If I thought he just walked out the front door, because your neighbors would have that on their ring door camera. Um, Lolo says she wasn't looking. If she was, she would have had her windows down yelling for Sebastian. Yes, Lolo. And I did find a screenshot of that. And again, that was on Mike Damon because I had another one loaded in here from Mob Crew was where I got that screenshot. But then I saw it again and I was like, oh, good, it's fresh because I switched systems over. So it didn't let me take my other stuff that I had in there. So SI officer says I'd be a crazy lady. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. I mean, especially if once it's set in, if it's out of the norm, that's even more strange. And what took so long, and where's the camera footage of them searching? I'd love to see it, in my opinion. Yeah, me too. Me too. You know, there you go, Seth. There you go. Well, and it makes me like, mad that they would ever say that because it's so far from the truth, especially the way Chris acts. I mean, it makes me think of him, not anybody else. Sorry, but Joe Poodle says I'm listening. Only time I have to clean Run the Roomba. Oh yeah, the Roombas are so cool, etc. Good evening. Prayers for Seth and Sebastian, or Sebastian and Seth. Also prayers for Lady Freedom. Thank you, Show Poodles, and prayers for you too, girl. I appreciate it. Hey, we all need them, right? Prayers are good things, and prayers for our friend Liberty too. Um, I know that she has gotten some bad news on it, and hasn't been feeling good for a while. So. Um, Mob did say tonight, lady, that he's almost 100% that there was an LE at the command post prior to or prior to the call saying Sebastian was missing. If that's true, something's way off. Well, I would have to agree with that because when I looked up that command post, the Shackle Island fire station right there, Um, it's not a manned fire, like it's not one where they stay overnight over there. To the best of my knowledge, that's what Google told me anyway. I mean, I don't know if it was right or not, but um that's what it said. It says that they don't man that one. So if somebody was already there, now if they were sitting there, that might not be weird to me just because the school is over there. But what did he mean by law enforcement was at the command post? Like a single cruiser or Seth says I'm side eyeing everyone. Trishy. She says 100. You can't help it side eye everybody. You can't help it, right? We have to. Aw, that's so sweet, Nisa Marie. Thank you. So what yeah, I'd like to know more about that. I did not watch Mob Crew. I was watching Smiley because I've been keeping up with her series, and I was like, "Oh, Smiley's on." Somebody told me Smiley's on. Did you know? I said, "No, I didn't know." So I was in there listening as I was finishing up, and then I had dropped a video too. And so, but I wanted to go in there because I was like, "Oh, good! I never get to catch, a live. I watch the replays all the time." So, in my opinion, he made it sound like he didn't think it was an emergency to the dispatcher. He called that first allegedly. Well, Cinderella, and I've kind of thought back about that too, because I mean, I just think 911 would be the first thing. Like even if I didn't know if it was an emergency or not. Like say Sebastian ran off before, I think I'd still call 911. Now, if he did it like a million times before, maybe not. If it was a regular occurrence, maybe they would be like, okay, well, we call the police, or excuse me, we call the sheriff's department because we're so used to calling him in because he's always running away. Um, yes, yelling out the car window, and the windows rolled down, but they're not. You know, I agree. She's full of poop. I agree. Yes. Have you heard that Seth I meant to send you? Oh, sorry, you guys. KB said there was a couch beside his door. I think it was close by the sunroom and her room, allegedly. I hope Seth could remember if there was a couch close to his room. I do remember her saying that. Did she tell that? Yeah, that was on Smiley's, right? Because they're like, there's a couch in front of a door. I remember her saying there's a couch in front of a door. But I don't remember exactly which one. She was doing that to be seen, Lolo thinks. I think you're right. I think you're right about that exactly. Lady Freedom, who was the guy with the black phone, was a neighbor behind KP or around the neighborhood, just asking. Who was the guy with the black phone? Are you talking about the across the street neighbor? He's got like gray. He's got grayish long hair, maybe like salt and pepper, like gray, not fully gray. Um, a local person and they showed up early. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, I think so too. I think so too, Seth. These people failed Sebastian and tried to hide it from me. I think you're right. I mean, look, there's no reason they shouldn't have told you all this. I'd be giving you the footage. I mean, before even giving it to TBI, that was before Sebastian left. So if they were doing that to him, oh, that just, really gets my goat. You're welcome, Smiley. Thank you so much because we need people that are, logically going over this with care. And yeah, it's just so important. Justice for Nuke, good to see you. Allegedly, they also said where he is, he's not coming back in that command post. I believe same people, but I'm not certain that we would have to get that from Mob Crew and Jay from Crime Time Buzz. Okay, so I think she was the one that said that Chris Carr said it's bad, it's so bad. So and then she and also he's not coming back. Uh It's a volunteer fire department. They usually have one person stay overnight for calls, at least our volunteer fire department in the county in Indiana. Well, and see, when I Googled it, they might not have it completely 100%. That's why I'm always kind of like, just so you guys know, I used Chat GPT or something. Because, they don't always know 100%. And that's the best. I understand there's a dispatch. I would have to go back and look because I know I took screenshots of that and I don't think I erased them. Um, but I remember thinking if there were already people there, I think that's why I looked that up originally. I wanted to see if there was anybody there. And also, I think when the cemetery talk was going on, I was looking to see if anybody was like manning that station, like you're saying. And I think they said no. But again, they could have one lone person, there. But I thought they like rerouted to a central dispatch. Um, I was there when that side eye is happening. It's the best side eye I've ever seen. The real me too. I loved when Smiley talked to CP. I don't know if she did more than once, but I heard once. Yes, yeah. That was a great interview, my PTSD. It was a very great interview, and he told a lot of stuff. Aw, Seth. Well, he told on himself like a mother trucker. He did. He did. And it was because of that comfortability factor. And you don't get that with everybody, right? I mean, they were nervous as hell to be on Nancy now. They were over there. I mean, I thought for sure somebody was gonna, you know, fall out. Hey, crazy buck, because they just looked so darn nervous. There wasn't a couch by Sebastian's door. The couch was in front of the twin doors to the back porch, the sunroom area. Okay, so yeah, I'm picturing that in my head. Which that would make sense. I mean that's not, if they don't use it a lot. Hey, crybaby Walker. So we're just now getting into to a lot of it. I just kind of did a little bit of a recap, so you're not too far behind. So thank you, Kiki. Yeah, because I'd like to hear it. Because I'm going over all this stuff. Um, Trishy says, I think it was in the sunroom or something, the couch, because it was blocking a door that led outside. Yes. Yep, you got it, Trishy. You got it. On Mob Crew, he showed it a photo on his channel. I had to leave the channel to help my hubby. Oh, okay. Okay, so I'll have to just go back and watch. Um, Yeah, because it's my understanding that a lot of people are um, sending him information. And at first, I'm like, why aren't they sending it to LE? But maybe they did. And now they have nothing else. Like, they don't know where else to send stuff, right? Because if LE's not doing anything, um, I think he should be. I think Mr. Carr needs to take a Polly. I do think that. Hey, Barb here. Good to see you. I've gone by after those 8 days and there was no one there. Yeah, it was like a, I think it's unmanned. Thanks, Seth, for that. Cause yeah, I just think it is. It wasn't manned or it looked very ghost like when I was by there, but of course this is like way after the fact. Um, so thank you. Good night, Susie. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah. Hold on, Kiki. Let me send you or let me just drop it. It's That's fine. Hold on a second. Or let me get it so where we could see each other. Sorry, I had it all big. Um, let's do this. All right, here we go, Kiki. So, thank you guys so much for hitting that thumbs up. I really appreciate it. You guys are awesome. You guys are awesome, awesome blossoms. I got the that magic Kiki. Did you hear me with Don Wells? That was not planned either. Smiley. Yes, ma'am. Um, I'll tell you, you just have that. You have a very comfortable, soothing voice too. I love listening to you smiling. Oh, here's Kiki. Here's Kiki. Hey, Kiki.
Hey, lady.
Hey, girl. How are you?
Good, good. I got a sore throat. Did you pass it to me?
Oh my God, I've been passing it all around. Everybody said Bo said the other night. I was like, oh no. She goes, I got your gator, and I thought she meant she caught the one that I had, but then she really meant I caught it. Like I got it.
I
Oh
don't
no.
know. I've been drink. I don't know if it's too much coffee where I'm dizzy. I'm better now, but Steph made me make a cup of coffee because he was talking about a pot of coffee in the chat. But anyway, anyways, the one thing that I wanted to
Yes.
say that stands out so much to me, okay, is about the
Yeah.
911 call. Everybody was saying, and I want to be correct. I don't want people taking and running this. I want them to listen themselves. But
Yeah, of
on
course.
Nerdy Addict, when he's doing that video where he had talked to CP, okay, he
Yes.
states that CP actually says that he called the sheriff. He didn't say the sheriff's office. He did not say 911. He did not say dispatch. He said he called the sheriff. Now, is that a discrepancy in what Nerdy Addict was portraying or whatever? I don't know. Because we can mess up with our words.
Oh.
But if that is the truth and it's the sheriff, did he actually call a personal number before it got relayed to dispatch? In my
I've
opinion,
heard, well, I've also heard, well, see, that's another thing too, because I've also heard from the rumor mill, that they call it the rumor mill. But I've heard that he called someone directly up there before, like in the beginning slash middle, people were alleging that. And like, if I look back at this, I'm thinking, oh, this was back in May of 24. But I mean, there was a lot of speculation still swirling it in 24 in May.
that and then if, and I'm saying if, because we don't know unless we had proof, if that, the command center is shut down during night times or whatever, I don't know.
I mean, I want to say they open at like 8 o'clock, like any other one, like 7:30, 8 o'clock.
Sorry, hang on just a second. I got a phone call. Hang on, lady.
Okay, no worries. So I'm just gonna keep reading this a little bit more, guys. So it says they allegedly made Sebastian sleep on a mattress in the garage because Chris was quote, tired of smelling piss. Horrible, end quote. And Chris used to yell, he goes or I do at Katie. So he's yelling that, and the neighbors are overhearing that. Also, it says the neighbor said it was normal for Chris to sometimes come home on the weekends to take care of things, and that CPS case in February is from a neighbor reporting Sebastian was being made to sleep in the garage. Now, the neighbors turned in their footage but haven't heard from LE recently. But, the fact that they didn't hear back from LE isn't as concerning as maybe one might think. Hey, Brad. Um, because, like I said, even with Devlin's case, when I had reached out to the sheriff's office about some different, well, just when his Facebook posts were removed, I was like, why, who's removing Facebook posts from him? Can you guys trace this back and find him? But they never got back with me. So, they kind of take what they want and they don't follow up with people. Like, even if it was the lead to find somebody, they probably still wouldn't. They probably would have said, thanks to a citizen sleuth, or something like that. So that's why I'm kind of, yeah, I don't see why I mean, I know there's a cost. The Real Me Too says, Seth, I agree. Everyone should take a poly. If there's nothing to hide, then why not? But I mean, especially if there's some sort of thought of involvement. Yeah, exactly. The Real Me Too. It's terrible.
I'm back, lady. Sorry.
Okay, no, you're fine. You're good. You're good.
No, what else?
So,
Go ahead. Sorry.
no. What? Go ahead. What were you gonna
No,
say?
what I was just saying was I want to go back and re-listen to that because if nobody is supposed to be at a command center and they're there allegedly at 6 o'clock,
Mm-hmm.
then why? That's alleged,
Yeah.
in
Were
my
they
opinion.
just sitting in their?
I don't know.
Well,
I can't remember.
I think it's valid.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly, but that's mm, that's something, you know, I don't know. It's weird if that's, the truth. So,
Yeah. I mean, I would like to know what they were doing up there, especially because it's not a manned center, that to my knowledge. So if they were just sitting up there, I wonder what they were sitting up there doing.
and then if you were,
Were they waiting to?
do you remember on,
Were they clocking people?
I,
You know
I
what I mean?
know,
If they're clocking people, I get that. You know,
do you
but
remember on dispatch too? I'm telling you, dispatch has not left my mind. I know people get tired of me saying dispatch, dispatch, but
well, hey, it's valid information. It's one piece that we have that was, like real time valid. I think it's important.
you remember when they were looking for Sebastian, whenever the things that stood out, that one thing was when he said, "Oh, that's not him. That guy's in his 20s. He was out with me last night." I'm thinking, what is that about? Why would somebody just be walking randomly on the road or in the woods with a vest on and them say, "Oh, you know." There was just so much going on in that time span that early of a morning. That's what's weird to me.
Yeah, me too. And especially if they're hanging out up there, like why are they hanging out up there? Especially on that, anything that's going on that day or that morning is going to make me wonder what's up, you know.
Yeah. I'm gonna hop down.
And it's just a 2-lane road. Okay, Kiki, thank you for coming up.
Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. I'm kind of like Seth.
No, you're good.
On everything, even down to Texas Roadhouse now. Do
Hmm.
we actually have the correct dates and timestamps on that? Like, you know, I'm just curious. It makes me wonder.
Yeah. No, I get it. I get it.
All right. Talk to you later.
All right. Bye,
I'll be in
Kiki. Thanks
chat.
for coming up.
Thank you guys.
All right. And hello, Puppy Love. We got Tony and Meow. Good to see you, Meow. And you need to make sure to always take screenshots. Things are disappearing off social media that are very good for this case. Yeah. And I had somebody who saved these because I've never seen this before. So I figured, if I had never seen it, maybe a lot of people haven't seen it, or maybe it could jog somebody's memory like, oh, yeah, I remember that now. Hey, Coffee Crime and Cats, because I know about the pressure washer thing because of Brooks's channel. And like I said, I mean, I always thought in the back of my mind, I think this is real. I think this was a real thing. My PTSD, we love Kiki. So, I mean, so here's some more comments from this post. This one says, wow, if true, this could explain a lot. Poor little guy. He was badly mistreated. And I think this is spot on. Um, Poor Sebastian, you know. And this one says these people had the Secret Service, FBI, and TBI in their homes since the beginning. They've told all authorities already. Him power washing Sebastian and calling him the R word is on the neighbors' cameras. The neighbors deserve respect for even putting their necks out to try and help. They're all scared to death of Chris and his family. Now, I do understand that. I do. I do. And I will say that I could feel it when I was there. And I also witnessed it when Seth was down at the police station, in front of the police station the first time. Um, because Jen was down there and she was asking people questions and they would rather talk about anything other than Sebastian, right? Because, and they certainly didn't want to be on camera, things like that. So I kind of, that kind of worried me too. Aw, thank you, my PTSD, for the jewels. So I think that's something to remember. And, maybe also another answer to my question, like why people aren't, and but this person's like, hey, look, they're putting their necks out there to try to help. But here's the thing, what about Sebastian? We need to continue to remember that Sebastian should always be the first person that we're thinking about because he's missing. So while I do applaud people who tell the truth and come forward because I know it's really hard, I also have to kind of be like, but that's the right thing to do, you know? So, four people, to my knowledge, have their house listed on the market in that neighborhood currently. Seth says how many people are trying to sell their houses in that neighborhood. Yeah, four is as far as I know. The real Me Too says that makes me sick. Sebastian didn't deserve any of this. Those involved, it's just a matter of time. Tick tock, tick tock. Yes, exactly. The real Me Too. Exactly. And he should be the one that we're thinking of, you know? Niece Marie says, I believe that the Texas Roadhouse is the right video because KP was so upset it was out along with Stinking Fish because it will show the timestamp and what time they left. Remember, Texas Roadhouse came later. The photo of Sebastian Rogers. Look, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a good point. That is a really good point. I'm surprised. Lover Girl says, I'm surprised Chris and Katie aren't selling their house. Well, I think I think about that and I'm like, I know there's been like a lot of speculation that they were like that they were going to do like a pocket listing or, kind of sell it without people knowing. Um, but now I just think to myself, what are they hiding in that house that they don't want? I don't know. Because I'm kind of surprised too, about that. I heard there was a video of CP going off on someone too, someone other than Sebastian. Yeah, well, I heard there was one that Bobby the neighbor took of like I think it was a dash cam that was rolling or something like that when he accosted her in the street. Um, I'm curious about the poker party too. You know, yeah, I don't blame him for wanting to move either. But why was it more footage collected? They should have used all the videos to follow the vehicle home. I agree. I agree. Yeah, and I mean it's a busy area. There's some places that weren't as that aren't as busy, but um so this other person says it's on camera, they said. Or it's on camera, they said? Question. I'm assuming no footage was given to us. I'll go watch it all before I form a whole opinion. I wish they'd reported it when they saw it, though. And if it's true, that's messed up, right? And it is messed up. Like anybody that thinks it's okay to do that to, like a power washer hurts, guys. It's like think of it's pressure. They also call it a pressure washer, right? So it's pressure like built up in a hose. And if you've even been like, like a regular hose when the water's just running out of it and you put your thumb over it and you kind of spray it to direct it, even that is can be painful when it hits you, right? That stream hitting you like that. So just imagine if there was pressure behind what was coming out. That's yeah, no, it makes me want to pressure wash him. Um, Trishy says, "Hey, lady, have I ever told you about my source in Hendersonville who told me that early on, when Sebastian didn't come home, by the end of the day, the community was all pointing fingers at the stepdad." No, I don't think so, Trishy. But I think, I think that's why Chris and I think, well, I will say, I think that would explain why Chris and Katie were so adamant about being attacked, right? Because like it was the community who was initially coming after them, not the online spectators like ourselves. Um, I mean, I think that's weird too. Seth says, why does he know what cameras are broke and don't work? Just weird. I listened to that again yesterday as well. What he was talking about, the 72 license plate readers and things of that nature were also kind of bouncing around my head. Yeah, the only people that know that stuff are up to no good, I think, too, Coffee Creme and Cats. Yeah, absolutely. Power washer can take the skin off. Yes, Kiki. Valley Gale says Seth agree and why would he be so blatant about it? I mean, he brags so much. Right. Oh, yeah. I think of myself that way too, Seth. I'm like, I just kind of, there's certain things that might rub me the wrong way, or, my spidey senses might go off, but that's nowhere near being, a trained detective. Seth says, I'm a novice detective at best, and want answers that I don't think they can answer truthfully at all. Yeah. Yeah. Cinderella. Yes, exactly. It just makes me angry to think. SI officer says power washers will take the paint off of a car. Oh, wow. Off of a car's brakes window, put a hole with the right pressure in anything, in my opinion. How dare you do that when the child has a chest plate and an abnormality. I agree. Yeah, they can cut to the bone. Yeah. Mm-mm. Yeah, so no amount of pressure would be okay in that fact, you know. Well, and Nisi Marie, I think also they I think they could have used the jammers, but I also think they were maybe even hacking people's systems because the hardwired cameras in the neighborhood wouldn't have been affected by the jammers. Um, so yeah, I mean, I think they were kind of doing all of those things. You know, it's maddening. It's just maddening. And nobody thinks it's okay. Obviously, these people in the post are like, "This is really messed up. This is awful. How could they do this?" Um, some people have the tear emojis going. Um, and so now they're saying, yeah, it was given to the agent that came to the home. Yeah, we will never see it, but the other neighbors have footage of a lot of the abuse as well. The one I speak to made a report because she knew Sebastian was being made to sleep in the garage. So guys, again, these neighbors, yes, my PTSD jammers are real and you can make them at home. It's highly illegal, disclaimer. But it is very illegal, but you can make a jammer and it's very easy. For someone with Katie's background, it would be a breeze in my opinion. So I sent lady screenshot of the comments. Thank you, Detroit. I will check too. It is a weapon, Lolo. It is. Yeah. They don't call him a power washer for nothing. The real Me Too. Yes, exactly. Exactly. So they were watching. I'll just say this. So allegedly, the neighbors were watching the Foots, right? They're watching the house. They're not liking what they're seeing. They're making reports. Um, Everyone in Tennessee is a mandated reporter. You don't have to be like a teacher or anybody special, right? Just a regular citizen, good Samaritan, and you need to call if you see something. Um, that's what a mandatory right reporter is. Um, so again, I just don't know. That would be something that I would give to law enforcement, but I would keep for future reference. That's just me though, and that is a part of like the trauma response. I save everything. I don't erase anything. I save it and back it up, and but then again, maybe they didn't think. Maybe they thought and they had faith in law enforcement in the system, that once in trust that once they gave that to them, it was going to be handled. And that's the saddest part here too, because I hate to be like, well, hey, if you give law enforcement information, they may or may not follow up on it, or they may not do the right thing by it. I don't like to be the person to say that. It's horrible. Um, so this person says, yeah, the new CPS case opened in February is because of the neighbor's report to CPS of him sleeping in the garage. When they talk about him sleeping in the garage, they're talking about poor Sebastian. The neighbor also heard the CPS person telling Chris Sebastian couldn't sleep in the garage, and Chris got irate and yelled to Katie, "This marriage isn't going to last," according to the neighbor who made the report. This marriage isn't going to last. Well, listen here, bucko. Your ass would have been on the street and your bags would have been packed on that front porch. You sat there and gloated about hurting Sebastian and hitting him in the stomach. That's where your bags would have been packed and ready for you with the boot. So I don't know what you're yelling at somebody. This marriage isn't going to work. She should have been telling you that, in my opinion. You know, terrible. So again, maybe this is where those other reports are headed. We don't know because we're only talking about what's in the filing. That's all we're aware of at this point. But this is what the fifth report seems to be about. Yeah, the new CPS case opened in February is because of the neighbor's report to CPS of him sleeping in the garage. The neighbor also heard the CPS person telling Chris Sebastian couldn't be sleeping in the garage, and Chris got irate. Wow. Well, I mean, I'd have to believe that after knowing Chris, after hearing Chris. We've all heard him get irate on several different occasions, guys. It's not just one time, you know. And he allegedly yells to Katie, quote, "This marriage isn't going to last," end quote. And that's according to the neighbor who made the report. I just had to read that again because, again, this is the rumor mill that was being talked about. And, they were using that phrase to like gaslight us, in my opinion. I mean, if this is coming from eyewitnesses who made reports to CPS, and we know that there was a fifth and final CPS report in February, then these people are feeling guilty, and these people are good people like I wanted to think they were. And this means that these people were trying to come out and tell law enforcement, and law enforcement wasn't listening to them. That's who we should have to blame. Now, finally, it makes more sense to me because for the longest time, I couldn't understand. I could not understand why these people were not coming forward for this child, and allegedly they have. You know, I will look. Detroit. People were commenting about the conversation about the poker party disappearing, and I took a screenshot and sent it to Lady Freedom. I will go look. Detroit, because I do have to catch up on my emails. That's one thing I did not do yesterday. Um, and one of his hot button issues is because Sebastian's accidents, because he's an evil POS. Exactly, lover girls. See, this is why I wanted to show you guys, because I know that you guys are going to catch some other things that I'm thinking myself and don't say, or I never thought, I mean, all of it. This is exactly it. That does correlate, right? We're finding connections that make sense, right? It's not like it doesn't make sense. It makes perfect sense. And that's why I think that this is probably true. Yeah. I mean, see, that's the thing, because sometimes it really can take, I mean, I watch people pressure wash like their decks and stuff, and it's like basically they must, they might as well have sanded the deck down. That's how powerful those things are, you know? Terry Lynn was the person talking about the fact that there was a poker party, I think. Yes. And when I went back to look at her videos, I couldn't find any of them that weren't on a members only. So, yeah, we're getting closer, aren't we? Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's what's bringing us more clarity on what, because again, these people are not bad people. They're thinking like, why isn't law enforcement doing anything? Now this child is missing, and they're like, holy crap. Well, now I did hear from this neighbor that this happened, or, you know, I don't know who these people are, but they could very well have more information, or it could be somebody that's close to these people, or them, and they're saying they're a different person type of thing. I don't know. Um, yeah, yeah, Terry Lynn having ties to the mayor. I also heard she was dating an officer, detective on Sebastian's case, and TL being best friends with the mayor's sister on her video. She states it. Yeah, yeah. In my opinion, the days prior were a trial run to find the camera's replacement for jammers. Very, very possible, highly possible, SI officer. I think you're right. Yeah. Hey, Kupani. Good to see you. So, yeah. Now, this one says, thank you, Witchy. This one says, yes, the February one is still open and it's sealed. So originally, the first CPS worker was told by the Proudfoots that Chris was the father of Sebastian. Seth was not contacted. Well, we know that's right, because that worker assumed Chris was his father. That CPS worker has been fired for not alerting Seth. This newest case is sealed, and since it was put that Chris was the father, I have no idea how Seth will be able to get access. They're working on it, but I'm sure it's a lot of hoops they're going to have to jump through. But they had several open slash closed cases for Sebastian in the last 6 months. Okay, this person is right on target, guys, in my opinion. Now, whether what's being alleged here is true, whether Chris Proudfoot was posing as Sebastian's father or Katie told them, but see, here's the thing that I'm just not piecing together completely is that the CPS worker allegedly had Seth's contact information, and allegedly Sebastian told them, "Hey, I have a father and he lives in Clarksville, right? I have a dad. This stepfoot is my stepdad, right?" So, yes, the real Me Too. Terry Lynn was one of the ones who had a blowout outside the courthouse, and Katie and her were going at it. Then Chris and his mom, next Chris and Terry Lynn, and Chris made TL show him her phone. And the real Me Too, that's what they do. They're like, "Show me your phone, show me your phone." I mean, even the neighbors asked me to see my phone, and they told me to erase what I had filmed in the neighborhood. And I told them no. But I said I will leave, but I'm not gonna erase it. I could erase whatever, I feel like I can erase. And they wanted to see my phone. So I believe that, because they like to do that. They like to try to bully people that don't know their rights. Um, but yeah, again, this is what's being alleged here. And it again, it makes sense. This person also says, I also want to mention that Erica told me a neighbor told her that the video clips are from a house on Kellen, not the one on Stafford. I'm sure you can understand why I'm sorry. Cut that off a little bit. Okay, so that one was cut off, and I might have not put in an extra one or something there. But that was what's being that's what was being alleged back in May of 24, May 3rd. Now this was in on June 14th of 2024, and I'm sorry that it's blurry. I kind of try to fix it a little bit, but I'll read it. Now this is an alleged conversation with Chris Proudfoot that was posted by an anonymous member. And it says, "So there's something that has been bothering me since neighborhood Bobby gave her interview and mentioned the unidentified car in the neighborhood. I had a conversation with Chris earlier in the case, and I asked him if he could tell me what he did all day Sunday, since we only heard about what Katie did that Sunday. He told me he was at the RV park all day and night Sunday. He said he didn't leave at all. He mentioned that a coworker of his was staying at the same RV park that weekend. He said on Sunday, late morning, early afternoon, he was working on the coworker's wife's car at the RV park." And then it says, I don't know anything about cars, but he said he replaced the serpentine belt. I'm not sure I spelled that correctly. I think you did. He said there are pictures of them working on the car and that LE already questioned the coworker. I didn't think too much of it at the time of the conversation, but since Bobby mentioned the unidentified vehicle in the neighborhood, I started to wonder if Chris used the coworker's wife's vehicle to go to Hendersonville that night because he knew he couldn't use his own vehicle because CPS would be tracked. I also wonder if um sorry, hold on a second. I also wonder if the coworker could have been involved. Also, his comments that there were pictures of him working on the car is strange to me. It's strange to me too. Why would there be pictures? Katie took pictures of her day too. Could they have both been taking pictures just to establish an alibi? I just thought it was odd, but maybe I'm overthinking it. And then, lastly, one final thought. I remember hearing that Seth's PI established Chris's alibi at the RV park because a coworker confirmed he saw him there at 8 p.m. Could it be the same coworker? Perhaps they were covering for him. I'm not accusing, I'm just theorizing here, so please don't attack me. I forgot to mention that I do not know what kind of vehicle he was working on. He didn't say, and think I didn't think to ask him at the time. Okay, so that's going to kind of segue into what we're talking about tomorrow. But I did want to throw it in there just for those of you who remember this because I remember this being alleged, but I don't remember ever seeing this post. So, yes, Kiki. And if you want the original, I can send it to you. I tried to get it unblurred, the first one, you know. Um, Smiley. I know, right? Why would people be so scared of them? I think it's because they're so crazy and they threaten people. Kiki, I think they're just so. And Chris, he's a weird guy. Chris Proudfoot is a weird guy. Um, he just is. Right. Exactly. Exactly. Oh my gosh. Yes, Smiley. Hey, Denise. Good to see you. In my opinion, the CPS worker and the wife accounts needs to be looked at. I agree. Especially because obviously there was a lot more to what was going on. Um, so he may be here in the bushes. Men do not take pictures of each other, especially doing things like working on cars, especially in their 40s. I know, Sammy. That's what's weird. Like, the only way I can see it is maybe if the wife took a picture and sent it to her girlfriend, like, oh, finally, someone's fixing my car. Ha ha ha, hee hee. Jokey joke, joke. Couldn't get my husband to fix it, so now he's got his friend over here doing it, or something like to that effect. But I can't see that either. And it's good to see you, Sammy. Hello, Deborah Dixon. Good to see you. So, yeah, weird is an understatement. Exactly. Yes, you think? Trishy. Hello, Ann Setters. Good to see you. Oh, thank you, Kiki, for your super chat. She says, but they haven't met crazies in my family. Well, I mean, I think anybody's capable of losing their shit, especially when it comes to their kids. I thought maybe it was an Ultima 2 Crazy Buck. That's a good point. I know it was supposedly like a smaller vehicle, like a car, not a truck, not an SUV. So, but thank you, Lori. But yeah, it's just really, you know, all these little details are sticking out. And then what do we got here? I don't know if I put more in here, but I kind of wanted to leave that you know, leave that there. Oh, this is what I wanted to show y'all too, because 6:32 and 21 seconds on February 26th, we got Katie Proudfoot looking for Sebastian with her windows rolled up, but this is the timestamp when she rolls by. And then people were also saying she was going faster than she should have been to look for her son, with, I mean, with the windows rolled up on top of it. Not a good, as Katie has said before, not a good look, right? And again, this is Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, missing from Hendersonville, Tennessee, Sumner County. February 26, 2024 is when he was reported missing. You know, he was 15. He has a birthday coming up December 7th, and he's going to be turning 18. That's how long he's been missing. Um, just, you know, a cute kid. Um, he was at the boot barn in this photo. This is a more recent photo. Um, you know, and you know, this is my thought for this video, and you know, it's just been my thought here lately, with a lot of things. I no longer have the energy to tell people what they did wrong. Just be blessed, have a great life, and stay away from me. Uh, you know, I can't really say it better than that, you know. And I saw that, and I had to take a screen grab of that, um, because it's just the truth, you know. If people can't get it, I don't know how to help them out. I really don't. Um, I know. Well, and that's the thing. I mean, you just most people. Oh, thank you, Trishy. Most people are not going to allow for kids to be hurt in front of them, you know, in their presence. And most people aren't silly enough to do it out in public, but some are, you know, and then they find out. Sammy says, well, there are rumored allegations of him harming his stepsisters, his ex-wife with a hammer, yes, ex-step kids, CPS with Sebastian, stalking searchers, and never ever any punishment. It's no wonder people, well, and that's, you're right, don't want to challenge him. Sammy, that's a good point. That is a really good point. You know, and he was threatening a lot of people like in the neighborhood and that sort of thing too, right? He was like, don't you, you know, don't be coming around here. What are you doing over here? You know, that sort of thing. And it's like, well, what? You know? Oh yeah. Well, we got to. The littles don't, I mean, they can't do it themselves. They're little people, you know? Nisi Marie says, wait, did CP say his call around 6:20 a.m. and KP was supposed to go back, but driving another? Yes. See, yes. See, this is the thing. Like with that picture, um, I noticed that timestamp too, and it's like I think they made the call in at 6:38. So if Katie was going up Kellen, I believe that's what this photo is, up Kellen at that point, did she just like go around in that little turnabout area, or did she go back? Did she drive back through the construction area, or how did that work? Because again, if she was muted and on a three-way call with Chris at the time of about 6:38, then that's kind of odd that she's there at 6:32. And and yeah, Chris said that he made the call around 6:20 a.m. is what I've heard in the past. So from them, right? Because Katie was like, "Well, I took a second." She's like, "I took a second and walked through the house, And she said another interview, mind you, this was like 2 or 3 minutes, right? Like, so she put like a very low time frame on when she was actually looking like looking around the house, so to speak. Um, oh yeah. Oh no. Deborah says Seth was in the labs last night, and I was so miffed that Josh didn't even see him in there. Seth had a really great question for Dr. B, but he was overlooked. Oh, dang. He is a total bully, the real me too. Chris Proudfoot, that is. Um, yeah. Essay officer says Sammy, yes, one or someone somewhere in the chat had also stated that info. Wonder if Chris McDonough ever talked to. I mean, I would love to see him talk to any of them, but even when I was watching back the Hatfield and McCoys, I mean, they wouldn't talk. They wouldn't even talk to. They wouldn't talk to them. Okay, Kiki, I do remember that. Yes, that okay. One dispatch said 6:18 and one said 6:38. Nerdy said CP said she went to the church parking lot next to the school and back home. Yeah. And why would they go to that, or why would he go to that church? She go to the church parking lot. That's weird too to me. You know, that pic looks like she's coming out of a driveway. It kind of does now that you say that, Valley Gal. I always just thought this was her coming up Kellen. Hmm. Well, Coffee Crime and Cat says so she didn't walk around outside up and down the street somewhat. Well, what the neighbor had said was that she came out like hollering, Sebastian, Sebastian, where are you? And then she explained to the neighbor that she couldn't find Sebastian. And apparently there was some camera footage from the Ring camera across the street that showed her like looking in the crawl space, like they were looking in the crawl space of the neighbor's house, is what I heard. Um, Lover Girl says, I've been wondering why the lab won't talk about the lawsuit. It's really annoying. Yeah, I'm surprised he hasn't either. I was also wondering when Nancy Grace is going to get up on that. Just because of everything that transpired on her show, and also I was watching some old clips of her too yesterday. I'm surprised that, yeah, I wonder why. I know there's been a lot of stuff in Nancy Guthrie. I know they were covering Nancy Guthrie a lot. Yeah, she went to the church parking lot. See, that's weird, Deborah. I don't get why she would go to the church parking lot. I mean, like I said, it'd be different if Sebastian would go by that church or something because he liked it. Or there's like a little bench over there by the pond at the cemetery. So, I mean, like if he typically would like to go over there and sit by the pond or something like that. You know what I'm saying? But he never would. Janet, CP did say go to church. He did. He did. And I know that has really stuck with a lot of us, huh? Yeah, he said 6:20ish on Nancy Grace. Remember that they allegedly made another call first, and it isn't the church between the school and the alleged cemetery staging area. Hmm. Oh, you're saying, I'm sorry, I read that wrong. And isn't the church between the school? Yes. Yes. So it's like Sebastian's neighborhood, the new phase that was being built, right? Or the new neighborhood now that's all built up. And then there's the church, and then there's the cemetery, and then there's the Mason Lodge, and then there's the school. And right across from that is the Shackle Island Fire Station, where they got that barn and they have the mannequin. So, yep, he sure did. He sure did. But she didn't look in the backyard. I mean, that's what's weird too. But I guess maybe because they had the couch in front of the door. She never thought of this, but she did get the dogs out that morning to walk them. Uh, where were they? That's the first thing I do in the morning. That's a good point, Kiki. I always wondered too, like, when does Katie take her shower and get ready for work? And what time does she start work? Because, I mean, maybe she gets Sebastian off to school first and then she gets ready and goes to work. But there was no talk about anybody taking showers the night before. And then it just seems like in the morning it would be so rushed to get a shower in my opinion. If I had to work and, I had to get my kiddo off to school, I might take a shower the night before, so I would only have to, like, straighten my hair in the morning or something like that. Or, if I was going to leave it curly, because I have curly hair, then, I would have maybe washed it in the morning, because you can't sleep on your curls, otherwise you're going to have a fro going. Um, and I have like the looser curls like Katie does, like where my curls are, tight. Um, I think okay. So it's on Kellen it's on Kellen's red flag going down the hill. Then a school bus came back up. Yes, yes, because the school bus was going the opposite. Yes, you're right. You're right, Nisi Marie. If you want to find him, go to church. Yes. Trishy says, I think the lab will cover it. I think so too. Like I said, I'm surprised he hasn't. I think he's got a busy schedule right now with um, Bricado and McDonough's crew with the Guthrie these days. Okay, that's what I was thinking too. I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, probably to meet her mother in law. I mean, Sammy, that's the only thing I can think of if she took Sebastian out that morning. Because if she left through the garage, then nobody would have been the wiser. I mean, her windows are tinted in the back; you could see them. You know how they're blacked out. You know, so why would you start checking dirty crawl spaces so soon? He didn't like dirt, and that's another great point. Coffee, crime, and cats. That's another reason why we know Sebastian didn't leave without his shoes. You know, they were making it seem like he would hide in like places like that though, because they were saying look under tarps and look under, like, like in your sheds and stuff. But for somebody that doesn't like to be dirty or like bugs, because how like even a clean shed will have like a spider in there, and stuff like that. um yeah, no, no, mm-mm. The meetup with someone, remember the cemetery. Yeah, I just don't know why they would do something over there. Like, I've always wondered that too, because it's so busy on a Monday morning. And that's another thing with Long Hollow Pike. I would think it would be busy with traffic when all of this is happening, because the school, and because, everybody's getting on there to leave out, Some people might not be going to work until 8 or 9, though. I mean, it just kind of depends. So, when I worked in an office, I didn't start work until 9. So if I had a kiddo that had to get up at, and that had to get on the bus by 7, then I would come back home and get ready because that would leave me 2 hours to do all that, right? I mean, depending on how far the office is, too. So, um, my PTSD says it does irritate me how people talking about Sebastian or Summer, then they feel the need to throw in Nancy Guthrie. I don't know why. I mean, I just haven't covered the Nancy Guthrie case because I don't know. It was weird from the beginning, and I just was like, eh. I mean, I talked about it a little bit. And also, people were like, why is it so different what you did with the photo in Sebastian's case than what they're doing in the Guthrie case? And I'm like, I don't know. It's the same. I'm going to talk about that, though. you know, it's the same thing, just trying to figure out what that piece of, little screenshot or, messing with the coloration to find out what color, ski mask he was wearing and things like that. Um, and Holly, she maybe she was getting rid of evidence. Good to see you, Holly. That's a great point. You know, yeah, I know. It just well, the Mason Lodge. There's a lot of people that were there even on a Saturday when we were there. There were a couple of people standing outside and everything. I don't know if there's any connection. But I wouldn't put it past anybody. That's what led the mob crew to the church and the cemetery because of that statement. Yeah, I can see why it would. I could see why it would. Well, and I think it's weird that there was 2 nights in a row that there was activity over there, but then nothing before or after that. Um, yeah, evidence is all over the place, spread everywhere, in my opinion. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, a lot of the children don't get that coverage. That's for sure. It's just because of who her daughter is, in my opinion. By the time he was already a three-way, uh-huh, yes, yeah, the cutthroat gesture, in my opinion. I saw a thumbnail of JLR about the lawsuit. Didn't watch it in the beginning. He was really on the ball for Sebastian. I started watching that one yesterday too. Um, of JLR's, but I didn't finish it. Yeah, I think UA Crimson went on his panel and started hijacking that live. I think is what I heard. Was the couch in front of the door to prevent Sebastian from leaving out the back door? Well, that's a good question, Deborah. I don't know. That's a good question. Yeah. I know you weren't directly asking me, but just a question. Yeah. I know. I mean, I guess it wouldn't be odd if they didn't really use that door. I know there's like the French or double doors, and then there's another door that leads out to the porch, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe the double doors do lead to the porch. Actually, I'm thinking, yeah, why would they have it in front of the door to the porch? Hmm. I'm sorry, Bo. I hope you feel better, hon. Oh my gosh. I hope you do not have what I have because it was brutal. So KP states by the time he was already he three-wayed fishy alibis. Yeah, and that's why I really want to get into those alibis some more, but I wanted to pull in just that little tidbit because somebody sent it to me and I thought, well, I could put it in the other video too. But I just kind of wanted us to think about it, in terms of going into the next live because there was a lot to that was said, and then also like Clue. I found a live. It was Hindsight, or not Hindsight's live. It was a short, and Clue was talking about that guy. And I got the guy that I think it is, and his name is. Um, Jeff. I want to say his name was Jeff. Putting everything together. Um, yeah, Jeff Lipman is allegedly the guy that was on the call with Heather PI saying that Chris was there and this and that. And I wanted to put that all kind of together for you guys too. Yeah, I mean, and I agree. I think men do only take pictures like if you're hunting or fishing or things like that, but not fixing a car. That's just like a regular SI officer says. In my opinion, she's side eyeing whatever, whenever all of us took place to see what was happening there. In my opinion, yeah, yeah. I mean, well, and they were watching like a hawk, and that always bothered me because that's what guilty people do, in my opinion. Also, I always thought it was weird. LE and Dispatch kept saying, "Come back to Stafford now." Hmm. They did. They did. They did. Maybe if Sebastian really got scared or CP or KP, he would hide like that. But of course, we aren't going to say that. Well, and I just feel like he would have found a different spot. Well, and then when Seth talks about how Sebastian liked to go under his bed with the flashlight and read, and then but then Chris was saying that in the Holly Anna Pollyanna Thompson interview, right? He was sa- he was saying, "Oh, was he on the other side of the bed?" And I think he meant to be like, "Is he under the bed?" Right? Because there was a place, but he's like, "Yeah, he's goofing off again. He's hiding." But I mean, I don't think he was hiding particularly under the bed. Maybe that's where he felt safe and comfortable and cozy to be under his bed reading. Is it true that the Texas Roadhouse is only 10 to 15 minutes away from their house, but it took her 45 minutes to an hour to get back home? Lolo, I don't know exactly how long it took her to get back home. I think that's a good question because that's something that's still up in the air for me. I do know that when I did the drive from Texas Roadhouse to the Proudfoot neighborhood, it was about a 10 to 15. I mean, give or take. I always just say 15 just to be maybe a little bit more generous with some time, in case there was like traffic or they got caught by a red light or something. But it's really, really close. It's really close like that, like about a 10 or 15. Now, I don't know what time they made it, you know. Then LE saying on the news per crap pick, per crap pick. If you see Sebastian, let him know you won't hurt him. Why is that the first thought? Well, I know, and they were also saying like speak to him in a really soothing voice, calming voice, and things like that. Um, you know what they were saying in the beginning. It still doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I mean, why wouldn't you just say, "Hey, Sebastian, we've been looking for you, bud," and try to build a rapport with him. Um, of course, nobody's like, well, maybe some people don't know though how to handle people or younger kids or stuff like that. But I think the shoes were left because Katie put them on at 3 a.m. for her run to try and spread the scent. I don't think she would have given Bauer Chin anything but medicine or phones or something. Well, and I think that's my biggest thing, Sammy, too, because I was talking earlier. I was talking with Trishi, and I said I just think that if I just think Sebastian made it home because of the shoes. Because if they were already out and they did a handoff on the way home from the Texas Roadhouse, which would have been the only time they could have really done that, um, then I have to think he was wearing shoes and they wouldn't have taken his shoes off to do that type of a thing. But yeah, Yeah, it's just it's puzzling. So Trishi says, I think the whole ASD nonverbal profile was being perpetuated by KP and CP early on, is why LE was highlighting the potential hiding spots. I think so too, Trishi. And I mean, they were even looking into other cases where children were on the spectrum, but they were looking at children who typically will wander off, right? Or children that are drawn to water. And we know that Sebastian loves water and he likes to go swimming in swimming pools, but not in ponds or lakes or creeks. And I feel like they were pushing them towards those. So, did I miss your comment, Denise? I might have missed it, hon. I'm sorry. I was trying to get all your guys' comments because they're always so good, and I hate to miss them. Um, yes, on Nancy Grace, KP said she arrived at 9 p.m. Then the timestamp on the Texas Roadhouse video leaving at 6:39. 3 hours is misleading. Then Sunny says she pulled into the garage at 6:30 p.m. How can that be? How can they be in two places at once? And see, I caught that too, Nisi Marie. I still need to. I know you've mentioned that before. I need to go back and listen to Nancy Grace again, where she says that. Unless you have it clipped on your channel. And if you do, please feel free to drop it in there in the chat. Um, yeah, because I never understood that either. I was like, they left it. They left the Roadhouse at 6:30. Hmm. In my opinion, where she drove that morning is to look whatever areas they visited that night, early morning. In my opinion, yeah, because she was driving around for a minute. Yeah, yeah. See, and I started watching it, and then I just kind of fell off of it. Um, yeah, Chris is a Mason, Anna. Yeah, he is. Yeah, yeah. He admitted it himself. Yes, thank you for reminding us too. Okay, I didn't see. Okay, good. I was like, I hope I didn't miss it. Lady, we need to go back over the convo with UA, Bobby, and Crabtree, in my opinion. Yes. Jen and I were going to do that, and then we never got around to doing it. But that was a good one. But yeah, UA was in his. I wanted to hear what UA had to say, and I know it's his show. I feel bad saying that, but I really was curious to see what she was saying. He said it on one of the hate channels. I'm still going over some of those interviews too, and I need to pull those in. I mean, he could have been. That's why I was like, there's a Mason. I didn't realize until I went there that there was a Mason Lodge right by their house. Like, I had no idea. And Kiki says, oh my goodness, just hit me. Uh, could CP have been at the Mason place that night? Allegedly. I mean, it is right next to the church, or excuse me, it's right next to the cemetery. So, yeah, it sounds like a fake person's name. He probably is really CP with the voice changer. Yes. Well, you know how he was doing all of that in the beginning. Detroit says KP never mentions talking about or taking out the dogs or Sebastian taking the dogs out in the yard and playing with them. Did the dogs ever go outside? I mean, I would like to think they did, and that would be the place where they would take them would be in the backyard, right? Unless they took them for walks, but like people were saying, they barely ever saw Sebastian out in the neighborhood. Yeah, I mean, I've known people who are in, Masons and also Shriners, and they they weren't. They were all good guys. The Shriners, especially. I love the Shriners. Um, they're all good people that I know. Um, the real Me Too is he started with me in a chat about CPS reports and asked me if I'd seen the reports. I said, "Nope, have you?" And she didn't answer. Yeah. Well, I mean, I like to call her out too because people believe her lies and she's just out there bidding for those guys and they treat her like crap over there, you know. I believe he was at his mama's house, mommy driving CP to his vehicle to get back to Memphis. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. I mean there might be some things that they would do for him if they're affiliated with him, and that's the problem. I mean, um yeah, yeah, coffee creme and cats. Exactly. We know Masons, and they do a lot for the community. Yes, they do. That's how I've known, you know, them to be as well. Um, I don't know what level of Mason. No, I don't think he said either. You know, yeah. I mean, there's bad in all of the organizations. Oh, good, SA officer, welcome back. A Mason wouldn't harm anyone. My husband is a Mason. Everyone is misrepresenting Mason brothers. Does more for humanity. CP is not for humanity. Yeah. That's why I was always hesitant. But I knew that it was busy over at that because I was surprised to see people there when we were there because it was early on a Saturday morning. I want to say it was Saturday. With FBI issuing the comment about the lights being a trash truck or whatever CP and Green Hoodie said, but they don't actually believe that because they did 3D imaging from the house to the sedan location. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, Sammy, you're right. That's where they were looking. You're welcome, Lolo. Yeah, I mean, they had it pointed right at that area. In my opinion, that Faro camera, you know. There's good and bad in everything. Mhm. Yeah. Cult corruption working together, power and money makes the case so sad and heartbreaking. I agree, Janet. Yeah. Yeah, it's just like the church. It is. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, it does open up some doors to be secretive. I think that's what people are too worried about with the secretive part of it. I mean, at least that's what I would think. Um, it's level 33 when the Masons go bad. Oh, okay. Aw, good night. The real Me Too. Thank you for being here. Witchy says, I remember right, or if I remember right, were quite a few Masonic temples undergoing construction in 2024. I remember doing a deep dive on it, and they also don't do therapeutic camps, but plenty of youth development groups. Oh, now that could be another place to look, Witchy. Youth development groups. Hmm. On the Nancy Grace interview at the beginning of she was asking the time she got home and Sebastian went straight to bed at 9:09 p.m. and then CP called around 9:36. So fishy. I need to go back and look at that. I know I say that all the time. But I have been going back and listening. She's so excited about being relevant again. She's been in every chat and gotten dressed down by one creator. Also, are the overall wearing couple Masons. Um, I don't know about them being a Mason, so have to be mindful of hawks. Very true. Very true. Yes, they're circling. They're circling around. I will put the video back tomorrow. I have Summerwell's case right now, and I'll go back at the 3 a.m. flashlight video. I also, oh, great. I backed off when the mob crew started the 3 a.m. video. Yeah, he did a good job. Look, I mean, I even liked the Pincho Paxton one where he put everything like that was dark and lightened and did that reenactment type thing. I just didn't agree with the end result. You know, say, gosh, when was that? I think that was back in like January or February of 25, I want to say. But yeah, um, thank you for that too, Nisi Marie, and thank you for covering Summer's case also. When did he say he was a Mason? Creticus and Sonny was one. Good morning. Good morning, Gina. Oh my goodness. Oh, gray pubes. Good night, couponing. Thank you for being here. I thought it was CP2. Sorry. Yeah, see, hiding from CP, in my opinion, that's probably why he took off his doorknob because he would lock him out. I bet so too. And I didn't like the fact that Sebastian was getting pushed into the walls and stuff. I thought that was a really scary admission by Mr. Proudfoot. That he's like, oh well, I push him into the wall when he misbehaves. Like, where does he get off? You have been inside the lodge. Okay. I mean, it's small. It looks like a small little place. I was curious. I did want to go in there, Gina. I'm not gonna lie. Of course I was curious, you know. So odd to have the exact minutes in their time frame that they went to bed and the calls instead of approximation. I agree with that, SI officer. Like, unless they fresh looked at that on their phone log or something. But it's just like Chris Proudfoot saying 3 hours and 37 minutes doorstep to doorstep. I mean, I believe it was on Lore Lodge that I was watching, and Aiden was like, whenever you're traveling, especially like, I know that's not a super long distance, but a 4 hour car ride, give or take, is quite the distance, and you might have to stop for gas or to use the bathroom, right? Grab a cup of coffee, whatever, right? Pull off real quick. But it's never going to be a precise every single time. Every single time I drive home, it's 3 hours and 37 minutes. No, he got that from a Google search, in my opinion, because that's what it is. If you Google it, the time it takes to get, from point A to point B it is 3 hours and 37 minutes, but you also have to account for other things. And also, like you plug it into your GPS and it gives you an estimated time of arrival. Um, and Google Maps is good about like factoring in as you're going along, like road conditions and accidents that have been reported, or they'll say a police officer is up ahead type of thing. Um, yeah, I don't think they're so closed off now when they're having a meeting. So I think there's more to the 3 a.m. video. I do too. I do too. I think if Sebastian made it home, that's how he made it out of the house. And I think they might have used the crawl space because they put a tree up or planted like a bush. I should call it a bush. Um, right by that door. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's nice. Gina says, Kiki, no, we were invited only for a dinner because They gave a scholarship for beach and my daughter received it. Oh, that's nice. When the meeting was getting ready to start, they said we had to leave. Right. Okay. So the meetings are, that's what I was thinking. Um, yeah, years and years ago, I dated a Shriner, not a Mason, a Shriner. So but yeah, their meetings were like top secret, like no one was allowed to, you couldn't even ask about it or whatever. It was like so crazy. I was like, that's a little too curious for me. Um oh, Lola says my dad and both brothers reached 33rd degree and they are all law abiding citizens. They would never help hide a child or hurt a child. And see, that's the thing that I've always admired about those guys is that they always do seem to be like about helping kids and like Gina said with the scholarship and they seem to do good for the community always. Like that's always been part of it. Remember that Mike guy that used to be in chat sometimes and would say weird things? Yes, I do. Are you talking about the guy that had the picture of Al Pacino as his avatar? I think for the longest he had that. Um, like why say 9:36? Yeah, I mean, I think that's a valid point. Why say 9:36 instead of just be like, "Oh yeah, we got on the phone about 9:30." That's true. It's like so precise, but yet they can't be precise about other information. That's another thing that gets me about the whole thing. I can tell you there's more lights on the top right corner of the flashlight video. Oh. Now are they stationary lights? Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Put them cornering him and stuff. Yeah. Good night, Kiki. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, where is that basement, Katie? I'm with you, Janet. I'm with you. Anna says, I don't think just because he's a Mason, they had something to do with it. I believe this was between CP and KP only, and maybe his family. But that's it. Yeah, I think, I think they would have to have help, but then also even guilty knowledge after the fact. Like, hey, we need you to help us with this. You know? Yeah, you're invited to go in and then with a member. But I'm thinking they have cameras over there too. To me, it looks close to their house, not from the corner of that house. I believe it's their own video from the garage, just my thought and what I see. Yeah, and you did really good work with that too. So, I mean, yeah, I'd like to see it too. SI officer says, in my opinion, it's been in the works and a plan for a long time. The trees, plants, the location, etc., getting ready for it, in my opinion. And there's Melissa's husband that builds the bunkers. Yeah, and see, that stuck with me too because Katie talking about in a basement somewhere, but also the Bower Sox connection with real estate. Because she may have had some properties that had basements that were vacant. That would be my first. That's where I would look first. Lady Freedom, they're moving flashlights. They're reflecting off of a window. Okay. The camera to me and inside of a house filming them outside. Hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. I've always wondered about that. See, that video is, well, I guess there was 3 parts to it. So that's really interesting too. Um Let me see if I put anything else in here. But I also wanted to just go back really quick to some of these dates. Excuse me, and timestamps. Okay. Yeah, and this is just Sebastian. Okay. Showing his flyer again. Um, okay. So when we're going back to this, some of these facts, factual allegations. Um, okay, so Sebastian was also reporting to his therapist that he was suffering through some behaviors, also having trouble. And I believe it was Smiley also that pointed out that when Sebastian went through this in California, those issues were not um well, I'll just say it seems that the issues were coming up as new issues, not something that had been going on for quite some time. And I thought that that was interesting because it does appear that they started making Sebastian wear pull ups. Hmm, so, on or about September 28th, 2022, at approximately 6:33 p.m., a call was placed to DCS Child Abuse Hotline. The intake was screened as a priority 3 with allegations of SA against an unknown perpetrator. The alleged child victim was Sebastian. The intake reported that on September 28th, 2022, Sebastian disclosed to a school professional that 2 years earlier, when he was living in California with his mother, he experienced SA by another child. Okay, and we're not going to go over the particulars. I did put them in there if you want to pause to read. I did post this video. I saw this and it just hit me so hard. Um, it says, "How did you survive it?" And the answer, "I didn't. I'm somebody else." Right. And that really hit hard because poor Sebastian. And I think a lot of us feel like that as a survivor of trauma. So I think Sebastian was having a very hard time with what he was going through. And again, I just wanted to reiterate that I really don't believe that it was something that was happening right then and there. It was something that he was experiencing the trauma as if it was as if it just happened, and that's normal. That is actually normal for people who have survived awful things. you know it can very much feel like it just happened. um so um Again, when somebody says that's I'm your only friend, there's manipulation involved. um and if you tell X, Y, and Z is going to happen, we're very familiar with that, even hearing other people's stories of what Sebastian was going through. um so he says this occurred when he was 10 or 12 and it happened over several weeks, and so you could even tell his memory is hazy of these events, but they're still very real and very annoying is not the best word to use, but they're bothering him still, as if it just happened. He told the school professional that after he told her, uh, excuse me, Sebastian told the school professional that after he told her, she was, quote, the only adult who knew besides my mom, end quote. The intake further documented that Sebastian stated that he was disgusted with himself about what happened, and it was getting much more difficult for him to pretend like it didn't happen, right? So again, when you're having these intrusive thoughts and you're having flashbacks and feelings about something that happened prior to, it's it can just, it can make it hard to act like it's not there. I mean, it just, that is so like typical of someone who has dealt with something like that. And again, so brave to be able to come forward and say that and say I need help. So he says the intake noted that Sebastian struggled with the behaviors after he moved to Sumner County School District and was placed in a behavioral program at Schaefer Middle School. Now, again, guys, when we're reading these back, I would hope that other creators would really pay attention to what Sebastian was telling other people, right? I would really hope that you would read this and understand what is happening here, that he was feeling these feelings about past trauma, but they were still just as real as when it happened, and they weren't going away, and it wasn't getting any easier. It was actually getting more and more difficult for him. And please, read it carefully and you'll understand. But to just get up there and be like, well, I think that there was SA in the house and blah blah, well, just hold your horses though. Because if you read this and you're really reading this, then you'll understand that he was having a tough time about it. And that's why he told somebody, because he was having intrusive thoughts, he was having bad thoughts, he was having situations and experiences that he didn't like to have. And hello, Black Hawk, good to see you. Um, hey, Kylie Ray. So again, just please consider and read it all the way through and understand it, and maybe read it back again, because that's why we're doing it again. It's not an easy thing to do this, right? But again, the more that we can understand it and piece it together. So critically, the intake documented that Sebastian stated that he is afraid of what his stepfather, Mr. Chris, that still gets me every time, Chris Proudfoot, would do if he found out, and that he is afraid he will get, quote, hurt, end quote, for telling an adult what happened. So again, we have this environment that's being described to us, that Sebastian is being told, don't you tell what's happening in this house. Don't you tell what happened to you in California. Don't you dare, otherwise, you're going to get hurt. That is not okay. That is not the way to handle this. That is so wrong on so many levels. And Sebastian sitting with that and saying, yeah, but I'm having all of these feelings and thoughts and emotions, and trauma is coming flooding back to me, and I don't know what to do. I need help from somebody, and I'm afraid that when I ask for help, I'm going to get in trouble. Absolutely, so devastating. Okay. And then also that he's being blamed, right? The intake further noted that, quote, stepfather has used corporal punishment on Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers several times before, and it is unknown if he knows about the abuse or how he will react or blame Sebastian. So again, Sebastian, and guys, I've said this for a really long time, is like they have this blame Sebastian theory. And it's always blame Sebastian, blame Sebastian, blame Sebastian. No, it's not his fault. And for somebody to blame him, you have to be a real low down, dirty mother trucker. And you make me sick. You make me so sick that you would put that on him, Mr. Chris. The intake also noted that Sebastian suffered from frequent bathroom accidents and displayed some verbally aggressive, or excuse me, verbally um, sex aggressive behavior toward multiple other students. Okay, but that's again because he doesn't know what to do with all of these feelings. Okay. And he's dealing with this immense trauma, among other things. Now, on September 29th, 2022, Richie conducted an administrative review. She documented the SA allegations and noted the next steps would be to include a full assessment. Initial face to face response was due by October 3rd of 2022. Okay. And again, just to put it into perspective, we start this whole thing out on, give me 1 second here. I want to make sure I get our right dates here together just for all of us who like to have them dates. Okay, so it might have been prior to this. I apologize. I just want to make sure we have the right time frame. Um, also, okay, so September 28th was the initial call in, and then again, that's why I had to go back because I was like, wait a minute, it is the same day. The next day, Richie conducted an administrative review. Okay. So the day that it was called in and it happened, there was an administrative review, and then there was supposed to be face to face response due back by October 3rd. On September 30th, the next day from the 29th, after the administrative review was ordered, Boswell met with Sebastian at Schaefer Middle School in a private conference room. And he told Boswell that he, quote, feels safe with his family at home, end quote, and that he feels safe at his dad's home, end quote. So now we know for a fact that on September 30th, when Sebastian was first met with and questioned by Boswell, the social worker, she comes to the school and he tells her that he has two households, one with mom and stepfoot and the other one with dad. Yet she fails to make contact with Seth Rogers. Okay. She knows he lives in Clarksville. It could because Sebastian stated that, right? Sebastian identified his father as Seth Rogers, who lived in Clarksville. Sebastian stated something happened when he lived in California, but he did not want to talk about it at school. Poor baby. God. Oof. Boswell noted that Sebastian had, quote, no visible marks or bruises and appears happy and healthy at this time. And see, this is what really F's me up, and it really pees me off. I'm trying so hard not to swear, if you can't tell. But how are you going to go and talk to this child and he's telling you all of this, yet you're saying just because he doesn't have any visible marks or bruises that he's happy and healthy? He's got emotional scars that he's telling you that he doesn't even want to talk about it. That is a huge red flag. If somebody says, yes, something awful happened to me, but I don't want to talk about it, then you should amplify whatever the subject of that is, and you should times it by 10. It's bothering him so bad that he doesn't want to talk about it. Shame on you, Boswell. What the hell is wrong with you? Happy and healthy. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. So, we got 30 days has September, April, June, and November. So the 12 days later, sorry, I was thinking out loud. 12 days later, October 12th, 2022, Boswell mailed a certified letter to the family noting they had recently moved and there was no forwarding address. Okay. Then, 5 days later, on October 7th, 2022, Richie conducted another administrative review. This is the second administrative review. and updated the case, noting that Boswell had seen the child, that he, quote, did not want to talk about what happened in California, end quote, and that the family was moving and that efforts to contact them had been unsuccessful. All right. Now, on October 27th, Boswell conducted this first home visit. Katie said, quote, she does not understand why this keeps getting called into DCS, end quote. Now, this is what makes me worried about there being more and earlier run ins with CPS. We'll just call it that. Because Katie is like, I don't know why this keeps getting called into DCS. And that the abuse, quote, happened when Sebastian was 8 and another child named Jonathan was involved. Right? So, again, I want to go to Katie Proudfoot's statement. And I should have put, see, this is where I'm like, I need to tell, you know, I need to tell myself to slow down when I make these videos. Okay, so hold on though, because I do have Katie's statement, and I should have put this in here, but I'll read it for you guys. So just to bear with me here. All right. Let's see. Here it is. Okay. Now, this is Katie Proudfoot. That child was not 13, and we did not allow my son to be abused. We contacted all authorities. My son received all the available help he could get. Really, Katie? Because this says right here that you didn't understand why it keeps getting called into CPS and that it happened when he was 8 years old. So he needs to just forget about it. But he can't because he's dealing with so much trauma, Katie. Come the F on. Multiple therapists involved! Exclamation point. His doctor did, in all caps, know because he went to the doctor and got checked immediately. Seth was involved in his therapy as well. There is so many lies in the story, including him failing to mention where Seth got banned from the base for his violent tendencies, where at the time my son was seeing a psychiatrist and a psychologist to help him with his trauma from Seth's abuse and trauma from being assaulted by this child. Okay, Katie, whatever. Let me be clear. I think it is sickening that this man is airing my son's trauma online. Well, that man is Sebastian's father. Don't get it twisted. I don't know if you told anybody that Chris was his father, but you have shown those tendencies, Katie, in my opinion, that you like to pretend like Chris is Sebastian's father and he's not. Grow up, put your big girl panties on, and realize you're the one that picked him. Sorry, Seth, if you're listening. But that's the way I feel. Anytime you want to sit there and degrade anybody, just realize that you married Seth. You had a baby with him, Sebastian. So that's on you, sister, nobody else. And I'm being as nice as I possibly can with that. Let me be clear, she says. I think it's, sorry. My son deserves better than that. I agree with that. When we find him, and I believe in my heart we will, the truth will come out. He is doing his best to slander us as parents, but my son is loved and cared for and always will be. Really, Katie? Because in my opinion, this is the truth right here. This is documented, all documented, with dates, complete with dates and receipts, but you have none. Okay? You've never showed us any type of proof, not of your husband's alibi, not of your alibi. If you're so worried what other people think, Katie, why haven't you showed us your iWatch? Why can't we see that you were sleeping all night from midnight to 6, like you said, Katie? Why not? She says he's doing his best to slander us as parents. I don't think so. Public opinion based on lies, assumptions, half truths is rampant because of things like this, which has nothing to do with finding Sebastian. But wait, Katie, you were the one going on panels with your nasty ass husband, Mr. Chris, talking about how Sebastian wouldn't be looked for if we knew how he was or is, right? And that you guys didn't want him, or Chris at least didn't want him around Faith, his daughter. So when you guys are doing that, Seth is like, whoa, 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 no, And he starts telling us the truth. And this is the truth. And this is what he's told us this whole entire time. So stop. Stop, stop, stop. But again, here's what she says. Yeah, it's not slander. It's not slander if it's true. 100%. I will not stoop to, I will not stoop so low as to partake in a back and forth argument with him. God knows the truth, and the truth always comes out. Wow, I cannot believe these people that say that and they're lying through their teeth. Please stop the madness and focus on finding Sebastian, because that is the most important thing. Well, Katie, you need to take your own advice because, ma'am, I have never seen you search for Sebastian or put out a flyer or even pretend like when you're on a panel that you're looking for him. I mean, it's just blatantly obvious, you know? But here you are, like, I don't understand why they're bringing this up. I can't understand for 1 minute why they would bring this up. It happened when he was 8, but you're conceding the point of what Seth was saying, all true, right? And Seth wasn't you know, out there just making shit up off the top of his head. You think it makes him feel good to do that? Because it doesn't. As a parent, he was doing that because you were defaming Sebastian. You were saying that people wouldn't look for him if we really knew anything about him, right? Like, who says that as a mom or a stepfoot for that matter? She stated CPS and the detectives were involved in El Cajon City in California. She provided the California address and she confirmed, right? So this is information, guys, that Katie is giving to the CPS workers, or it wouldn't be in here like this, right? It's being quoted. And she confirms that Sebastian had, quote, severe combined type ADHD and, quote, a 6q27 chromosome deletion, end quote. Took Concerta, had an IEP and a behavioral plan. How would CPS know any of this unless you told them, Katie? And he was starting and he was starting therapy with Vanderbilt Psychiatry on November 3rd. She confirmed that Sebastian also saw a neurologist at Vanderbilt. So this is all information that you were giving, Katie. How would anybody know your address in El Cajon? I mean, it's public record, sure. But again, the DCS workers aren't going to go off a public record. They're citing what they spoke to you about that day. And that was October 27th of 2022. During the same visit, Boswell spoke to Proudfoot in private. Proudfoot stated, quote, this was all investigated in California, end quote. Really? It doesn't matter when it was investigated, Chris. It doesn't matter if it happened 20 years ago, Katie. The fact of the matter is that Sebastian is coming and saying, I'm bothered by this still. And I need help with it still. So again, how can you say that he got every bit of help that he needed when he's still having issues with it in 2022? And you guys want him to be quiet about it and never bring it up again. Oh, that happened a long time ago. It was investigated. So what? It's it didn't help. None of that helped, obviously. There's still issues. And there would be for any of us if we had to endure what Sebastian went through. Unbelievable. Uh, this statement was directly contradicted by Sebastian's own disclosure that he was, quote, afraid, end quote, of what his stepfather would do, and by the intake noting that the stepfather had, quote, used corporal punishment on Sebastian several times before. And again, guys, they tried both of them, Katie too, to say that it was once, right? That was years ago and it was one time, Katie. Oh, that was years ago, ma'am. Oh, that was one swat on the buttocks. Shut the fudge up. You sorry excuse. It didn't just happen one time, it was multiple times. What about the times where you pushed him up against a wall, Chris? What about the time that you hit him in the belly? What about the time that you hit him with the belt? That's 3 times off the top of my head. I wasn't there. It's your own admission. It's in the documents. So stop with the lying. You want to tell everybody else to quit with the BS, Katie? Why don't you be the first to take your own advice? All right. Just infuriating. CPS did not reconcile this contradiction. There's a lot of contradictions that have never been reconciled. That we could just add this one to the list. Boswell then met with Sebastian in private and noting he was, quote, completing his homework and, quote, appeared happy and healthy, end quote. Well, again, I'm going to have to beg to differ. Just because Sebastian was doing what he was supposed to be doing and holding up to his end of the bargain by completing his homework like a good kid, even though he is dealing with such horrible trauma that keeps creeping up on him and he doesn't know what to do about it, he's still over there doing his homework like he's supposed to. That doesn't make him a happy and healthy kid. That means that he's doing what he's got to do to survive. Because guess what? He doesn't need another swat on the butt or a hit to the belly because his homework isn't complete. Let's just be freaking honest. Just unbelievable. So, fast forward now to November 1st, 2022. Boswell verifies that the SA case in California had been investigated by Detective Gloria Mendoza in El Cajon. She also verified mental health services and Vanderbilt appointments for Sebastian. Okay, so she went ahead and called up to the mental health services in Vanderbilt, made sure he was, in fact, in counseling, and he was. Now, on November 3rd, the case was presented to the Sumner County Child Protective Investigative Team, CPIT, which included juvenile court, Ashley's Place Child Advocacy Center, Assistant District Attorney Jenny Smith, and law enforcement. A detective was assigned to the case, and all members agreed to classify the case as, quote, administrative closure. Now that's on the CPIT team, juvenile court, Ashley's house, the whole thing. Or excuse me, Ashley's Place, the whole thing. You know? Hey, Gabby. So now we're on September 7th. Ritchie updated her review, noting, quote, the case has now been presented to CPIT in administrative closure as it was investigated in California. And again, this is why they closed the case, is because they were saying, well, California. This all happened in California. This was a child on child, and they were the same age. That's not true. That's not true. That other child was 13 Sebastian was 8. That's quite the age difference. Okay. And it doesn't matter. Um, that part doesn't matter. I don't care. See, and that's the problem with today's society, in my opinion, because it doesn't matter if another child did that to another child. Do you not think about that other child and maybe they were treated this way and so they're acting out? Do you ever think about how they were a child and they're doing this to another child and maybe they're going to continue to do that to other children if you don't take care of it, if nothing's ever done about it? I mean, that's got to be the most piss poor thing ever. And then uh, that Sebastian is reporting no concerns at the time. But the problem is that you guys keep showing up to the house and sending them letters and letting them know that you guys are on to them, and then he's getting in trouble. So of course he's not going to tell anymore. You know, I'd love to know where that watch is because Detroit, I'd be showing you guys my history on that thing, just letting everybody know. Hey, this was me. I was sleeping the whole time, but she's never done that. The only person that's ever come with receipts is Seth, in my opinion. Um, Also, says that the child, Sebastian, is getting back in therapy services. The child reports no concerns. They put that in twice. And the mother is proactive and protective with the child. I don't think so. Not if she's saying that she doesn't understand why CPS keeps getting called about this. She seems annoyed and bothered rather than concerned or proactive or protective for that matter. Because if that's the case, then she would be right there on it, right? She would be making sure that Sebastian was okay, but they weren't. They were giving him hell because he's telling, because he's still having issues with it. They don't understand why. Even though Katie of all people should understand why. I'm not going to go there, but I kind of went there for that reason. Now, 7 days later, November 14th, Richie spoke to the CAC director, Amy Salyers, and the classification was changed to, quote, unable to complete, end quote, based on policy 14.7 because the incident occurred out of state. But here's my question, too. Why wouldn't this incident and the fact that it was called into DCS in Tennessee, why didn't that push the FBI's involvement in the beginning? Because you have multiple states involved, and that's another reason that I'm just kind of confused as to why that wouldn't push the FBI's involvement in the case. Because they know that there was stuff happening out of state and then they moved to another state. Again, just a question. Now, the next day on November 15th, 2022, the supervisor, Walker, right, which is Amira Walker, completed the final administrative review and approved the case for closure as, quote, unable to complete due to the incident occurring out of state, end quote, and the case was closed. But how come they didn't offer more services? How come they would just close the case out if Sebastian's still having issues with it? Again, these people claim to have like all of this know-how and education in even child on child crimes, because that's what Jenny Smith was talking about on the news, how she understands that these things happen child on child. But yet she did nothing for Sebastian? That doesn't add up at all to me. The foregoing investigation gave DCS and law enforcement actual knowledge of Sebastian's vulnerability. By reason of this actual knowledge, DCS and law enforcement were on heightened notice that any subsequent allegation of abuse by Proudfoot or within the Proudfoot household required a more searching and skeptical investigation than would otherwise apply. Now, again, this incident in September of 2022 that was brought to light did not just focus on the essay in California. What it focused on is Chris Proudfoot abusing Sebastian, right? Making him feel guilty and to blame for what happened to him in California. So why would you close that case out? There's no reason to close that case out if you know that that element exists and he's telling them that. And I can't help but feel so sorry for Sebastian because he was doing the right thing. And nobody else was. Not anybody. The first investigation's findings were not a clean clean slate, right? There was a documented predicate of danger that obligated DCS to treat any future report concerning this child and the household with the gravity the circumstances demanded. But yet here we are, this DCS case here, 150-9540657, physical abuse investigation, which we already knew there was a very, very bad situation that already existed. But here we are, May 3rd of 2023, at approximately 9:06 p.m., a second call was placed to DCS Child Abuse Hotline. This intake was screened as a priority 3 with allegations of physical abuse against Chris Proudfoot, Christopher, Pissy Pants, Mr. Chris Proudfoot. The alleged child victim is Sebastian, again, in this complaint, in this abuse allegation. The intake reported that Proudfoot had made, quote, comments about pushing the child against a wall when he does not behave, end quote, and that the child reported Proudfoot hit Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers in the belly. Now, on May 8th, 2023, at approximately 6:30 p.m., Boswell arrived at the family home. Proudfoot granted permission to enter. Boswell met with Sebastian on the porch. Sebastian stated he remembered Boswell coming to his home last year. During the interview, Sebastian told Boswell that Proudfoot required he wore a belt every day. Sebastian stated that Proudfoot asked him to lift his shirt, and when Sebastian did not have a belt on, Proudfoot smacked him in the belly with the back of his hand, and he said, "You know you're supposed to wear a belt." That's a direct quote, excuse me. Right? So Sebastian says, quote, that Proudfoot smacked him on the belly with the back of his hand and said, "You know you're supposed to wear a belt." And Sebastian also told Boswell that he had been lying to Katie and Proudfoot about brushing his teeth and making his bed, and that he had been, quote, getting into trouble for lying, unquote. Okay. Now, any of us that have children, or even children that we've watched before, like I remember my cousins, I'd have to be like, "I gotta smell your breath because you've lied to me before about brushing your teeth," right? Nope, not good enough. Doesn't smell minty enough. Go back there and do it, right? But I mean, it's like, is that a reason to beat on a kid? Like, kids lie about stuff like that all the time. Did you brush your teeth? Yep, sure did. You know what I mean? Like that's not that should never be that should never ever be something where you're gonna hit them or oh you're just look at you lying. Well, I mean, they're fibbing. It's not like I don't know. And I mean I think of myself self as a strict parent, right? About certain things. You know, you do need to brush your teeth. I get it. You know, and if you're lying about making your bed, okay. But you could tell that Sebastian here feels like guilty, right? That he's like, well, I have been doing this, but that's a normal thing. You know, it also reminds me of like, um, you know, growing up Catholic. You know, we would have to go to like confession, and you know, those are the things I might tell the priest. You know, like I lied to my parents about doing, you know, brushing my teeth, or I lied to my parents about not making my bed. You know, like those are the things that you tell the priest, right? And you're like, oh, I got to go say some Hail Marys and acts of contrition, you know, whatever he asks you to do, to repent, right, and to ask for forgiveness. But I mean, those are the things that kids will confess, right? They're little things. It's not like, you know, anything huge. But here he is, also feeling guilty, like, yeah, I have told my parents I brushed my teeth, but I didn't. Poor kid. Boswell then met with Proudfoot on the porch. Proudfoot admitted that he was cleaning Sebastian's drawers and asked Sebastian if he had a belt on. And then Sebastian pulled up his shirt and said no. Proudfoot, quote, whacked him with the back of his hand in his belly and said, boy, you know you're supposed to wear a belt every day, end quote. Proudfoot stated that Sebastian had to wear a belt because he needed to start wearing pull ups. This is the statement that I was talking about earlier. And again, thank you, Smiley, for pointing this out. He needed to start wearing pull ups. So if Sebastian went through all of this when he was 8, why didn't yeah, kid things, Lori, thank you. Kid things. It's like, oh my gosh, big freaking deal. You know, I mean, you do need to do that, but it's kid stuff, you know? That's why we double check the kids. You know, we'll be like, did you really brush, right? And stuff like that. It's unbelievable. They make everything like a 5 alarm fire, but when it's there when they did something wrong, it's like, oh, it ain't no big deal, it's okay. No, but Sebastian has to get in big trouble if he didn't make his bed. You know, I mean, come on. But yeah, he says that he had to start wearing them, and he was cleaning out Sebastian's drawer. And then over there, hey, are you wearing a belt? Oh, you're not. Oh, here, I'm gonna whack you a good one for it. What the hell? He can't be serious. But he is. This is documented, right? But if he had to start wearing them all of a sudden, then that means that he started having these horrible. And again, he tried to get help, and he tried to tell people that he needed help. And all Proudfoot did was, and Katie did, was shame him more and be like, I can't believe you're still on that. That happened when you were 8, you know. I mean, you're still telling people you can't stop talking. You know, I can only imagine half the shit that was coming out of those two ignorant, ignoramus mouths at him about this. But yet, here, he's having such issues. Proudfoot claimed he had, quote, never physically harmed Sebastian, end quote. Now, this part is interesting. Proudfoot's own admission that he, quote, whacked, end quote, a child with diagnosed autism and multiple disabilities in the belly constituted physical abuse. His requirement that Sebastian, quote, wear a pull up, end quote, and submit to shirt lifting inspections constituted, constituted degrading and humiliating treatment of a disabled child who suffered from documented bathroom accidents as a consequence of prior SA. Trauma. And they all knew that. It's not like they didn't understand why it was happening. And even if you don't understand why it's happening, then you need to figure it out. You're the mom. Get to the bottom of it. You know? It's so heartbreaking, Janice. It's so heartbreaking. Yeah, did you eat that cookie? Exactly. Normal stuff, right? Right? I told you no cookies before dinner, yet here you are. Oh, you didn't eat it? Okay, I can see that you have chocolate on your hands. I can see you had chocolate chip crumbs, you know? But I mean, is it really a reason to get so pissed off that you're going to whack somebody like that? Like, and especially probably he has no business touching Sebastian. I'm wondering who made the emergency call to CPS too, Detroit. I'm guessing it's got to be the neighbor, just because it came in on the PM. That's my guess. And again, I think that the neighbors were calling in more. It appears to me like Sebastian told the first time. But then again, it also appears to me that there may have been other DCS involvement because Katie's like, why do they keep calling DCS on us for this? But I mean, it's because you're not getting him the help, Katie, and you're saying that he's getting help and everything's just fine, and obviously it's not. And that should have been your big red flag and indication that things weren't okay, and you should have helped him. I mean, you're his mom, and he loves you, and he's trying to tell you, right? Like, he's afraid of Chris, so he doesn't want him knowing, you know? So I'm thinking it was a neighbor, Holly and Lori. Yeah, I'm thinking it was. Yeah, pushing him up against a wall. Like, what? Where does he get off doing that? I'm going to tell you, I'd come unglued. Um, just put your hands on my kid, but let alone to push him up against a wall like that. Like, that's a bully. That is a bully straight up through and through. Boswell spoke to Katie in the kitchen this time, and Katie stated, quote, they have been working with Sebastian on when he tells something to tell the entire story, end quote. And that, quote, Sebastian will tell bits and pieces to a story to fit his narrative. Oh, end quote. She stated that she had, quote, no concerns that Mr. Proudfoot smacked Sebastian's belly with intent to hurt him, end quote. So again, this is number 45 in the DCS lawsuit. And number 45 is showing that Katie did nothing. She knew all about it, didn't care that Proudfoot had ill intent to hurt Sebastian, and she just allowed for it. And she had no concerns. She's, oh, well. And, he'll always tell bits and pieces to fit his narrative. I mean, here's the thing about autism, too, in my opinion. Many kids on the spectrum, it's very difficult for them to lie. It's like very difficult. Like they always want it to be right, and that's what's very difficult for them to just, well, it was like this when it wasn't. And you can tell that Sebastian's being honest with the worker, right? He's like, well, sometimes I lie to my parents about stuff, right? I mean, yeah, he's anybody. You're, and that's the thing. They're not giving him even the leeway to be a normal kid, right? Or to okay, well, you lied about this, buddy. We're not supposed to lie about this, right? Um, now you can't play your Switch for a couple of days, but instead they're abusing him. I mean, it's just insane. And then on May 9th, 2023, Boswell verified that Sebastian was receiving therapy 3 times per week through a private therapist and medication management through Mental Health Cooperative. So again, they go and check on the therapy and make sure that he is in fact going, which they do see that he is going 3 times a week and that he is managing his medications through Mental Health Cooperative. Now, 2 days later, May 11th, 2023, Ritchie conducted the administrative review and concluded. And this is the big problem, guys, because this is how this got closed out. Quote, this case is ready for closure at this time as no services are needed. Case manager has met with the family and they denied any concerns. The child reported being safe in the home. He stated that the stepfather popped his belly and told him to wear a belt. What about the pull ups? Where's that? Where's that, Richie? Because that was also stated and you failed to mention it, in my opinion. The child denied any physical abuse in the home. The stepfather reported the same as the child. Quote, Richie noticed, excuse me, end quote. And then Richie noted the quote, fast is completed with no need for intervention. Now, guys, we all know what FAST or FAST is, right? So they did the assessment, the FAST assessment, okay? But there's also an FAST 2.0, and there's also a 2.1, okay? And that's where they do a full assessment on the family, right? Where they identify safety concerns, they assess needs and strengths of the family unit, they guide a service plan and intervention strategies, and they include all the children and caregivers in the house, regardless of their age. Okay, they do a full safety assessment. They do the trauma score, they collect data, the whole 9 yards. That was done May 11th, 2023, and still they closed it out. Okay, so just keep that in mind because there is also an FAST 2.0 that is going to be assessed after Sebastian goes missing in March, okay, of 2024. Now, May 11th, 2023, the case was closed, citing, quote, no services needed, end quote. DCS's failure to conduct a minimally adequate investigation was compounded by its complete failure to involve Seth Rogers, who is Sebastian's biological father, who held joint physical and legal custody of Sebastian pursuant to a court order, right, the divorce. Despite this, DCS never notified Seth Rogers that the investigation was underway, never interviewed him as Sebastian's father or other legal parent to obtain his observations regarding Proudfoot or the conditions in the Proudfoot home, and never offered to place Sebastian with him during the investigation, notwithstanding that such placement was clearly within DCS's authority and was the most obvious protective measure available at that time. Who better than to place Sebastian within his father, who he feels safe with, who lives in Clarksville? I don't think so, Detroit. I don't think so, but I don't know. I'm not sure. He very well could have. I'm just guessing it was a neighbor because of what they gathered and what was said in here, but you could be right. He may have, you know. Yeah, I know, Detroit, because that is like the number one lie that kids tell, isn't it? Like I brushed, it's like no you didn't. I can still smell your dragon breath over here. I mean it's just it's like it's so not a big deal, but he's over there saying his part. And that's another thing about that we can tell about Sebastian just from this, right? Is that he's a truthful kid. He's not a liar like Chris and Katie Proudfoot. He's not a liar. They are. He told the truth, didn't he? Mm. So, had DCS fulfilled the most basic obligation, it would have learned critical information that was never captured in the case file. Seth would have told DCS investigators that Sebastian had expressed to him on multiple occasions that he was more comfortable with Seth than the Proudfoots, and that Sebastian was afraid of Proudfoot because he believed Proudfoot would hurt him if he disclosed what was happening, what has been happening. Seth would have informed DCS that Proudfoot had ridiculed Sebastian about the prior SA assault, compounding Sebastian's existing trauma and making Sebastian even less likely to disclose abuse to any adult he believed would report back to Proudfoot household. And, that's a real concern because he's not going to tell them. That's why he told another trusted adult. Seth would further have told DCS that Katie had spoken to him on multiple occasions in terms that evidenced her frustration with the hostility towards, frustration with and hostility toward Sebastian, telling Seth repeatedly how fed up she was with Sebastian for his ongoing accidents of soiling and wetting himself. The very same bathroom accidents that that Sebastian's therapist had documented as known consequence of prior SA trauma. All right. Unbelievable. And again, I said it before, I'll say it again. She could have sent him to school with an extra pair of clothes if something had happened during the day. Because the way I look at it is when I see Sebastian at the Texas Roadhouse, he got up and used the bathroom just fine. Didn't appear to be wearing a pull-up that day. And he got up and he used the bathroom. Yeah, Jenny. Exactly, Jenny. Chris Proudfoot telling everybody that he liked to do that. Of course he didn't like to do it. That's why he went and told. He's like, I'm really dealing with it. I'm dealing with a lot of issues right now. I'm really going through it. You know? I mean, he was reaching out for help. Also, Seth would have advised DCS that Sebastian's mental state had been deteriorating, that his behavioral problems were worsening, and that Sebastian himself appeared increasingly distressed in a period leading up to the investigation. DCS already possessed documentation of Sebastian's escalating behavior issues, so they could have compared notes. A minimally competent investigator would have recognized Sebastian's worsening condition not as a fixed background fact, but as a contemporaneous warning sign that something in Sebastian's living environment, was causing him active harm, right? And the key there and the common denominator is Christopher, Mr. Chris, Pissy Pants Proudfoot, who throws his baby fits and who can't keep his hands to himself. And if they would have done a little bit of background and a little bit more contacting his father, they even contacted him once, they would understand. Now, DCS did not investigate the cause of Sebastian's deterioration. It closed the case instead. Period. That's it. Now, fast forward from 2023 to 2024, February 26, 2024, Katie reported that Sebastian, quote, left the home on his own and his whereabouts are unknown, end quote. And that, quote, Sebastian has never left the home before alone, end quote. Given Sebastian's neurodivergence, his developmental disabilities, and his documented history of abuse in the home, this report should have triggered the most intensive investigative response possible, but it didn't. And that's why we're sitting here tonight. That's why we have been discussing Sebastian's case, because they didn't do what they were supposed to do. And there wasn't an investigative response that was triggered. Instead, they said, "Oh, Sebastian walked off. We're going to deploy all of these resources," even though they knew damn well about all of this. More than 48 hours after Sebastian was reported missing by his mother, an Amber Alert was issued by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office initiated a search that at the beginning involved significant resources, including community volunteers and search teams. A DCS safety assessment was initiated on March 1st, 2024, and a FAST 2.0 assessment was completed on March 5th, 2024. The landfill search was on March 7th, I believe. I need to go back and look. And make sure, but I want to say it was March 7th. And if somebody knows in the chat, just let me know if I got it right. They said it was precautionary, but don't forget that FAST 2.0 assessment being completed on March 5th may have yielded some results that pushed them to look in that landfill. Now, I don't know what they were looking for. Again, they kept saying precautionary, precautionary, precautionary. I didn't believe them then. I don't believe them now. Okay, just to make that clear. I think they were looking for something. They had to have probable cause, in my opinion. But just keep in mind that, on March 1st, now that would have been the 5th day of Sebastian's disappearance that they initiated the safety assessment and the FAST that was conducted and completed March 5th. So again, before they even, quote, moved over to the investigative side, because we all know that happened on day 8, they were doing this assessment. This assessment was initiated, and then the FAST 2.0. As of the date of this complaint, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers has been missing for nearly 2 years, right? Because this is about when this was filed. He has not been found. No arrests have been made. The circumstances of his disappearance remain unknown. And then also, Seth Rogers has been left in a state of unrelenting anguish, not knowing whether his son is alive or dead, and knowing that the state agencies entrusted with his son's protection failed him at every turn. All right. So again, disturbing information, including, that there was neighborhood cameras that caught Sebastian being sprayed by Chris Proudfoot, Mr. Chris Pissy Pants Proudfoot, with a pressure washer. He took a pressure washer to Sebastian, and allegedly there is camera footage of that got sent to the TBI. And Sebastian was upset about it, and he yelled at Katie to come get her R word. RETARD. Okay, is what he likes to call Sebastian, even though, in my opinion, he's one. How's that for you? How's that grab you, Chris? Jerk. No, and then also the neighbor said Katie only drove around for 10 minutes looking for Sebastian that morning. We saw her with her window up. They allegedly made Sebastian sleep on a mattress in the garage because Chris was tired of smelling piss. And that's his direct quote. What an asshole. Chris used to yell, "He goes or I do," at Katie. Okay. The neighbor said it was normal for Chris to sometimes come home on the weekends to take care of things, and that there was a CPS case in February, and it's from the neighbors reporting Sebastian being made to sleep in the garage. Neighbors turned in their footage, but haven't heard anything from LE recently. And again, this was posted on May 3rd, 2024. And this person is just like, poor little guy. He was mistreated so badly, you know? And then this person's like, these people have had the Secret Service, FBI, and TBI in their homes since the beginning. They've told all the authorities already. Him power washing Sebastian and calling him the R word is on the neighborhood cameras. I mean, this person is adamant. The neighbors deserve respect for even putting their necks out there. Well, they deserve to. I mean, look, I don't agree. I can't. I cannot agree with that. Okay? I cannot, and I will not. I think it's exactly the duty of people, adults, when they see a child being pressure washed and called such a name, that they do something. That's not putting your neck out on the line for what? What are they going to do? They're not the mob, for one. They're not that powerful. There's more of us that think it's wrong than there are of them that think it's right. So I just don't. I hate hearing that, because that's another bunch of bullshit, in my opinion. Their necks out on the line. Are you serious? What about Sebastian? Mm. I appreciate them coming forward, but it's the right thing to do. It's what you should do. You don't get a cookie from me. It's on camera, they said. I'm assuming no footage was given to us. I'll go watch it all before I form a whole opinion. I wish they'd reported when they saw it, though. It's true, it's messed up. And again, I just want to reread these again since we went back and read that also. Yeah, it was given to the agent that came to the home. Yeah, we will never see it, but the other neighbors have footage of a lot of abuse as well. The one I speak to made a report because she knew Sebastian was being made to sleep in the garage. All right. And yeah, the new CPS case opened in February is because of the neighbor's report to CPS of him sleeping in the garage. The neighbor also heard the CPS person telling Chris Sebastian couldn't be sleeping in the garage, and Chris got irate and yelled to Katie, quote, "This marriage isn't going to last," end quote, according to the neighbor who made the report. And again, your bags would be packed and out the door with you, and I wouldn't bat an eyelash. They all also have footage from cameras in the neighborhood. Excuse me. They also have footage from cameras, and the neighbor beside them made the CPS report for February of Sebastian being made to sleep in the garage. I don't know who you think can verify this information besides the person who witnessed it, right? And I mean, we need those people to come forward. Now is the time for you guys to come forward. Now is the time. Now is the time for you guys to come forward. Now that you know that this has come out, this is the perfect time. Yeah, I think, Holly, I think so. I think that that's probably because, there was so many people talking about it. And then also, this person's pretty adamant. And again, I have to say, it's just doing the right thing. Thank you. It was March 7th. Thanks, Bo. Thank you. Good night, Bo. Thank you so much, hon. I appreciate you very, very much. Yeah, March 7th. So 2 days after they did that FAST 2.0 assessment. Good night, Bo. Thank you. Okay. So, uh, yes, the February one is still open and it's sealed. So originally, the first CPS worker was told by the Proudfoots that Chris was the father of Sebastian. This is even more shocking. Seth was not contacted because the worker assumed Chris was the father. That CPS worker has been fired for not alerting Seth. This newest case is sealed, and since it was put out that Chris was the stepfather, or excuse me, that Chris was the father, I have no idea how Seth will be able to access. They're working on it, but I'm sure it's a lot of hoops they're going to have to jump through. But they have had several open and closed cases for Sebastian in the last 6 months. And that's just what people knew about in the last 6 months, guys. They didn't know about the one in 2022. They didn't know about the one in 2023. If we're going back 6 months from the February report, then they're probably talking about the multiple reports that have been opened and closed, not including what we're talking about, not including what was in the filing, in my opinion. That's just my guess. But again, we're piecing it together. So we'll have to just see. Right. And then also, I want to mention that Erica told me a neighbor told her that the video clips are from the house on Kellen, not the one on Stafford. Okay. And we know that the house on Stafford, those were, that was the 3 a.m. lights video, in my opinion. Okay. So again, and I just want to play you guys something too of Mr. Foot and how irate he really can get. Let me do this because I have one of just him going off, and it's not pretty. It's not pretty. And when we think about this, and I hate to close the show off on this note, but when we think about this and how he acts and how he's acted, just think about how Sebastian must have felt having to go home to that, or hearing him pull into the driveway. Um, it's really unnerving. Um, Here we go.
Audio.
All right. So let me just back this up because I thought it was playing on there.
Mr. Chris explodes. He got on a panel today and he exploded. Trigger warning, we're going to listen to the audio together. And I am shooketh. He's very upset about bulletin boards being put up. And if you recall, the pressure's been building. April 2nd, there was a alleged argument in the parking lot of the courthouse. A sheriff was serving a subpoena at the P-Foot house.
P-Foot.
Pressure's been building. Now the bulletin boards are out with messages, direct messages, in hopes to find Sebastian and finally have an answer to what is going on. I will let you know again, it is a trigger warning, very foul language.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. Are we on the show?
Yeah.
Beautiful. So you heard you talking about Brittany J, right?
Yeah.
That bitch couldn't get fucked if she ran through a field of dicks backwards with her ass cheeks spread wide the fuck open.
Wow. Okay, there he is. There he is, Mr. P-Foot himself, Gabby P-Foot. That's funny. I forgot that she calls him that. Yeah. That's Mr. Chris. That's Mr. Chris for you guys. Right? Talking foul. Talking about another female here on the platform.
So you can play that shit for that bitch to hear. I
don't
think
worry.
you really want to fucking know. She ain't had her fucking feelings crushed, but I'll do my minimum to fucking destroy her fucking feelings. Because quite honestly, that bitch needs to close her fucking mouth before she can stuff a whole goddamn turkey in it and choke on the fucking chicken leg on the way down. And hell, by doing it, she might actually do something good for her kids and her husband. So fuck that bitch.
Wow. Again, he's talking about, hey, Magic Star, he's talking about Brittany J on this platform. A YouTube creator, another creator, right? He doesn't get up there with any type of sense in his head. We'll just put it that way. But it's like a psychotic asshole, in my opinion. Right? He doesn't get up there and be like, I don't like the way she's talking. I can't believe she said A, B, and C. She got it all wrong. No, he gets up there and he says something like that. That's the vile creature that has abused Sebastian that's been cited in this paperwork.
I'm sitting tired of listening to this fucking bitch run her mouth about me, my wife, my family, and anybody else out there. When that bitch she ain't fucking no angel. She ain't no goddamn perfect person. Fuck her.
Yeah, well, none of us are angels or perfect people, but you need to look in the mirror because the way that you like to talk to women and about women is completely disgusting. Completely.
I can't argue any of that, but you can.
Anybody that fucks with her can fuck off too.
I agree.
So sick and tired of listening to this fucking bitch.
Well, you have officially made my computer stall with the chat going wild.
Sorry, everybody. I apologize, but I'm just sick and tired of listening to this fucking bitch.
Yeah, that's disgusting. And again, you know, this is the people that like to perpetuate. And they're the people that like to egg him on. And they're the people that like to say, oh, you just broke the internet, Mr. Chris. Because they're bowing down to him. This polished turd of theirs.
Yeah, and I've said some shit about her before, and I don't give a fuck if she stood in front of my goddamn face. I'd say it right to her fucking face again.
Me too. With pleasure.
Now, what I will say is instead of her sitting here trying to grift and make money and shit, you should probably learn how to pay your fucking bill, like your fucking property tax bill, that you still ain't fucking paid.
What's it to you, though? Like, why do you care if somebody pays their property tax bill? Why would you even know that, you freaking weirdo, psycho, creepy little waste of space, right? Because that's all you like to do is bully people around. You are such a freaking weirdo. And this is why I say this guy is a weirdo. He's dangerous and he's at large. Just remember, this guy has not been arrested or anything. And everything I just read to you, Mr. Chris, Mr. Proudfoot, or just Proudfoot, who's named in here, this is him right here. This is the guy.
Yeah, you want to go real life? I'll go real life, bitch. I done looked your ass up.
Yikes.
I repeat, this is the stepfather of missing teen Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers out of Hendersonville, Tennessee. Sebastian was reported missing February 26, 2025. He was with his mother, who is married to Mr. Chris, this individual who we are listening to.
Well, she says that's okay. So, I mean, just saying, she does say that. When it comes to Queen and her children and me and mine, it's okay.
Well, guess what? I can do it to her kid and the other 3 fucking kids that she ain't got control of.
Okay, so he just said that he was going to go after her kids. This is the guy. This is the guy that has been, well, accused of putting his hands on Nina's children, backhanding them of all things. But he admitted to striking Sebastian with the belt. He admitted to striking Sebastian in the stomach. He admitted to pushing him up against the wall. And now he's saying that he's going to go after more children. What a guy. What a guy. And Sumner County thinks that this is the guy that needs to be out there among the public. In my opinion, he's a menace.
It's like, yeah, bitch, you want to dig into somebody's past, make damn sure that they don't play the game better than you. Make sure that they don't find your fucking exes and can get the dirt on you, bitch, and can spread it across God knows how far. Sometimes it's best you just shut the fuck up, pray your little prayers, grip your little fucking money, and and move the fuck on instead of fuck out of everybody else's business.
I can't argue anything.
Can I get an amen?
There we go.
Amen. Hey, this bitch, shut the fuck up. Hey, I don't know what one day we're gonna hope she does. Oh my God, she's a fake fucking Christian. Oh my God, open the fucking church, fucking psycho bitch.
Yes, you're right. He just said F the church. He just said F the church. Unbelievable, right? And he totally just spoke in tongues, by the way. This is Chris Proudfoot. This is the guy that has bullied women, that has bullied children, and now he is up on a panel when there is a missing child out of his care, and this is what he does. But we'll just leave him go. We won't do anything about him. We'll just wait till he hurts somebody else, even though he's admitting to stalking her and her children.
The fucking dogs in the background got me.
Yeah, and then this one's laughing with her husband, just laughing. Gross.
Oh no. Yeah, I'm sure I'm gonna get hell for this, but I really don't give a fuck either.
Hell from who, though? That's the thing. From who? From who? The Green Team? The all magnificent at night media? Who fucking cares, man? Fuck y'all. Like, for real, fuck y'all. If y'all were serious, all of us would be sitting in the courtroom instead of just...
Well, guess what?
All right. So that's the first part. And I'll just play a part 2 for you guys, too, because I do have a part 2 on that. Because I just want you guys to all hear what he's put out there. I mean, he's proud of himself. His friends are proud of him. They all think he's justified in having these nasty thoughts and feelings. I mean, this is one of Sebastian's role models that he was living with at the time of his disappearance. Does DCS care to listen to any of this? Because if you're wondering why Sebastian may be going through some of the things that he's going through, or why it's manifesting the way it is, you might want to take a listen. You might want to hear this.
And guess what? You fat ass home motherfucker. Got news for you. I still ain't got my goddamn papers that you're gonna sue me. Still ain't got them.
I love how Crime Time Buzz comes in and has the most calming voice as she explains what's really going on.
Hong works for At Night Intelligence Agency. He will also be referring to Dog the Bounty Hunter, who's helping to search for and raise huge awareness and into the disappearance of his stepson, Sebastian. Hong works for At Night, as does Nick, who he will be bringing up. It is an intelligence agency assisting Sebastian's father, Seth Rogers, in the search for Sebastian. Dog the Bounty Hunter is also involved. The FBI has a $50,000 reward, and Dog the Bounty Hunter At Night, along with others, have contributed to a reward now that is up to $447,000. But this stepfather does not like them and does not want them allegedly involved. Listen up.
What, dog? Hey, bitch! You a pussy? You said you were kicking in my door. My door still fucking stands and the opportunity's right there.
Damn.
Do it, motherfucker.
No, that's... I wish, whatever. It's...
Oh, my God!
It's a fucking joke. You know what I mean?
Thanks for the
Oh, it's a whole damn joke. His dog showed up to go to his son's wedding.
Christian.
And I know the exit he passed. Bitch, you were 15 minutes from my house. You couldn't detour? Shit.
All right. And again, I mean, Jay said it very calm. right? Very cool, very collected. This is supposedly supposed to be a stepfather to a missing child, and he's going off on people who are trying to help find his son. And why would they look to you and want to kick your door down, Chris? Well, we all know the answer to that now that we have this court filing, don't we?
He could have.
No, he wouldn't have.
I'm saying he could have, but
No, he can't.
have.
This senile old ass can't fucking figure out how to drive.
Oh my
Because if he's
God!
got my address, he knows where to
Program
find
on
me.
Chris rolling on the floor, laughing, rolling on the
It's
floor.
like the rest of you motherfuckers out there.
And that's the thing, guys. There's people that are sending this person money and laughing on the floor emoji. Like, what's so funny about that? And I agree, Detroit. I agree. You know, I think that Dog the Bounty Hunter should have done more. I do. And I'm not afraid to say it. It's just, it is what it is. You know, he does, Holly. He sounds like he's completely unhinged, completely lost his shit. You know, I know. Well, and that's, yeah. What to say about Dog except that everything about him is fake. Yeah. Oh, definitely. Well, and you know, would you want to help though if you had this person acting this way? I wouldn't. You know, I mean, why do you think most people have been scared away from Sebastian's case? It's not a coincidence. The United Cajun Navy won't even come back to the area without security clearance. And they've told people that there's law enforcement entities and this guy and his wife who don't want Sebastian to be found. It's very clear. Otherwise, I'm going to go after your entire family. What a freaking weirdo.
Woo! Enough is enough. Tired of being nice to people. I'm tired of playing by their same bullshit fucking rules.
When have you ever been nice to anyone, and when have you ever played by the rules, Proudfoot? Because you are named in these documents as being the number one perpetrator and rule breaker. And you haven't been nice to nobody, otherwise you wouldn't have been named. Get your shit together.
Tired of
He's referring to At Night, Dog, the people who are searching for Sebastian. Some people.
Yeah, people that were searching for Sebastian. Now, why would you do that? Even if you didn't like them or agree with them, why would you do that as a stepfather of a missing child? And make no mistake about it, guys. Katie is backing him 100,000%, like she always does. She didn't come out and make a post and say, I cannot believe what my husband did. That was horrible. I'm so sorry that anybody had to witness that or deal with that. No, she's right there with him. Make no mistake.
We, in our opinion, are not searching.
But that's the thing, they don't have the same rules. You know what I mean?
well, what they should have. That's right. They don't have a conscience. They don't have fucking morals. None of them.
Look who is talking. He literally just said that, right? Now this was a while back, but yeah, he's talking about how people don't have morals. But he's beating on a child with autism. He's beating on a child with combined type ADHD. He's beating on a child who has a chromosome deletion. He's beating on a child that has PTSD, in my opinion, from SA, who is scared to death that he might find out a detail and he might get in trouble by this big galoot. And maybe he might put hands on him, whack him one, take a belt to him, or push him up against a wall.
So I'm sure Go ahead, Brittany, change your fucking title. Go ahead and change it. Because you probably got your fucking bitches listening.
Oh, they're in here. They all
Oh, I'm glad they are.
Hmm.
Okay,
They go crawl in those fucking cellulite crevices all over her fucking body and fucking fester with her.
Ugh, damn.
Chris, on contrary, let's go fishing, Chris.
Because you go to the fucking gym as a suggestion. No, bitch. That's your husband saying, you ain't attractive enough to fuck.
Well, I tried to tell her that, but
Well, sometimes I gotta hear it from a guy. I don't know.
I mean, that is just disgusting. And the pig gif that I put in there, that's not for Brittany. That's for Chris Proudfoot in his dirty ass mouth. Yeah, and he doesn't know, he doesn't even have the wherewithal. And the verbal abuse. You know? He is a weak ass little boy. Shame. Going around threatening everybody. You know, talking the way that he does. And again, no one stops him. Nobody says, that's foul. That's awful. How could you say that? Nope, they're just said, oh, you just broke the internet, Crispy. Good job. Ho, 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 ho.
HELLLYEA. Preach.
Because I wouldn't fuck your nasty ass bitch ass anyways with Seth's fucking dick using a 3 fucking condom with a 20-foot fucking pole attached.
Oh, that's real cute.
At Cluminati at Cletus, please put this live on members only when you are done with your live so BJ won't use for content. We all know.
Oh, yeah. And they're worried about BJ using it for content. Does that make sense to anybody? Maybe she did. I don't know. But to me, I would never replay this crap. If it was said about me, hell no. I'd leave it right where it belongs in hell with the rest of them.
She's watching, but she don't need to use for her content.
You're so sick of hearing this shit.
Oh my
BJ won't
God.
play this.
Chris' honesty is
Why
refreshing.
not?
I respect that more.
Chicken shit.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Let her little other 3 fucking minions get in on it too. Because if I'm right, didn't y'all all sign fucking NDAs?
they can't talk bad about stuff. They can't do it. Legally, they cannot, if you think an NDA is worth anything, right? But legally, they can't talk bad about Seth. Even if they thought there was something awful with him, they couldn't talk about it.
Actually, that's where everybody's.
Well, the problem is that none of us feel like there's anything off or think that there is anything off about Seth. So that's where you're completely wrong. I don't need to sign an NDA for any of that. And as a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure Seth himself has said multiple and numerous times that he wants people to look into him. Chris Proudfoot is the one that loses his shit when anybody even says, "Where's Sebastian?"
If you have
Oh,
carnal knowledge
Thank you,
of
Chris, for speaking up
nefarious
Westline
criminal
Sebastian.
acts, you can say fucking NDA all the way to a lawyer's office where you can make a report and then they can just eat a fat baby's dick. Because guess what?
Wow.
The NDA don't mean shit.
I mean, I agree. I
It doesn't
do.
protect you from criminal activity, nefarious acts.
oh my God.
All right. So those are the 2 pieces I put out. And then Seth came out and he talked on Josh's show, The Lab. And he did a rebuttal. So I did a mix-up of that. But I just wanted to show you what Chris Proudfoot is capable of. And that's what we've seen on the internet from him. Right? And then there's people out there that are willing to facilitate that and give him a platform to speak on. It's absolutely disgusting. It goes straight to the gutter. It goes straight to the gutter, Show Poodles. He's not making any type of valid points or complaints or anything. He's not saying, I can't believe she's talking about me and my family this way. I need her to stop doing that. She needs to stop. Right? He's coming out and saying the most vile things that he can think of, I guess, off the top of his head. I don't know. It sounds like he just lost his shit completely. Because if you're in it the way that we all know that he's in it now, for us to look back on this behavior, it's very concerning. I won't show it, Seth. I know. The only reason I put it together was because, yeah, I know. I mean, it was warranted, in my opinion. It was warranted. You know, it was because of a direct result of his actions. His anger is just a feeding frenzy, no self-control. Exactly, SI officer. Exactly. And to think that he would ever curb that behind closed doors, we would be crazy to think that. Yeah, he was. He was, Star. Star says, in fact, I know Sebastian stood up for himself because he was reaching out to trusted adults. Right. Right. I know. That's the only time I ever see anything show poodles is the clip channels. You know? Um, and I do understand Sammy, and it's just unfortunate. It's just a very unfortunate situation where most people, if they have someone like Dog the Bounty Hunter who is looking into a case, they wouldn't dream of saying anything like that, right? Maybe they'll call him an old fogey or something and be done with it, something like that. Excuse me. But he has no business getting up there and saying that at all, you know? Yeah, I agree. I agree. But I know I'm like that too, Seth. I'm like that too. There's been times where I've let people push my freaking buttons, and then see, that's a bad thing, because then I end up feeling, bad about saying something that I shouldn't have. I regret saying something. So that's why I don't even say anything at all. I just say have a good day and be done with it, because I can only reason for so long, before I'm just like, okay, I'm not gonna argue back and forth. But it's very tough to do that, right? Because it's just unnerving. Let me check, Denise, and see. I think I did get something just now, because it did pop up on my computer. Okay, yes, I did. Okay, yes, I did get it. Okay. Thank you. Oh, some of it's cut off a little bit. Let me look in the other one. Oh, okay, okay. So this is a comment. Do you have a screenshot of this where I can kind of see the whole post, where, because it's kind of cut off a little bit. Some of it's cut off, but I see it's from Freedom Church. Okay. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, because the S was off. Okay, that's why I didn't get it, I betcha. Thank you. Okay. All right. I'm just gonna give you a green heart so you know that I got it this time. But if you could send me where I could see the whole post, because it's just cut off just a little bit on the right side. Yes, thank you, Denise. Thank you so much for sending that. Well, and that's the thing, we need them to come clean about it. There's no reason, that anybody should ever act this way. There's no reason why anybody should ever fly off the handle and act the way that he did, and it's concerning, right? And also to bear the brunt of that type of hostility. And that's me being nice, right? I'm trying to find the words. Um, is completely wrong. CP, no manners, no respect, no accountability. The Bowersock CP, who was the bully? You are. Disgusting, CP. Well, and we watched Melissa Proudfoot, or well, I know she's married. Um, Aunt Melissa at Sebastian's birthday party, and she's filming him, right? And Katie's right there allowing for it. The whole thing. We can watch her do it. All of them need to be reinvestigated, and then they all need to take a lie detector test and held accountable for their part in what happened to Sebastian, in my opinion. I agree. Because I think they know. I think they know. That's right. We're never going to stop having faith, Janet. We're never going to stop praying for Sebastian to come home. We're never going to stop looking for him. No matter how many times this guy acts like this, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He's between a rock and a hard place right now. And I'm going to tell you that public pressure that, he gets so bent out of shape, that's a big red flag. Because nobody should be acting like that. I don't care if somebody straight up says the most horrible things to you. You have no right to get up there and do that. It's not funny. It's not cute. It's not rolling on the floor laughing emoji. It's disgusting. It should make any normal person's stomach turn. I don't care whether you like Brittany J or not. That never should have happened. Period. It's wrong. And it never should have happened. I don't care what she said or did. But to say he's going to go after her kids? What the hell? It's just grotesque. We know from past experience how exactly the whole family behaves by the way and the manner they treated Nina. They're all mentally sick, in my opinion. And they did it in front of the children as well as creating fear. And they did it in front of the police station. SI officer, that's the hell of it too. Where they were supposed to be doing a handoff in a safe environment that's safe for both parties, right? For Mr. Stinkfoot and for Nina. That way, nobody can say anybody did anything and everybody feels protected. But instead, they pulled that crap right in front of the police officers, right in front of the police station. Mentally unstable family, big time. Anybody that is an aunt to a kid and she's the one bullying them, that woman has more issues than anybody, in my opinion. She definitely deserves to be looked into by law enforcement. She was there the day that Sebastian was supposedly the last day, right? Like, because people say he went missing on the 26th. Well, that's when he was reported, but it could have happened on the 25th. We don't know. We do not know, but we know that they were all together that day. Oh, yeah, me too. I think it is. I think he's really worried, Show Poodles. I do. I always thought it was just another sign he doesn't care about Sebastian to sit online going off on silly creators. Well, and that's it too, Gabby. Who cares what we have to say? Especially if it's not true, then he should be laughing and be like, these people have no idea what they're talking about, right? I mean, it bugs anybody to be accused of doing something they didn't do. I'll be the first to say that. But in this situation, yeah, there's no reason for this. There's no reason at all for any of this. SI officer says, in my opinion, he has no interest in Faith other than to hurt Nina. And really, it's mommy dearest grandma who wants Faith. In my opinion, he wants nothing to do with children. And he should never have children in his care or custody. Not after what we know now. And again, why are they allowing for it in Sumner County? They never should. That's time for the state to intervene there. Why haven't they intervened there? Why doesn't Faith's life matter? They already lost one kid and they're saying we have no idea where he went or how he got out of the house or anything. That doesn't sound like good caregivers to me. And it is zero excuses, Holly. Uncivilized little punk, and that's what he is. And he goes around bullying other people. You know? No, you guys are spot on. It should, you know, this is what if they were really his friends, this is what they would have told him. Zero integrity. Why are you doing this? Your stepson is missing and you're making a fool out of yourself. But instead they just say, oh, I can't disagree. Good job. I'm getting paid, laughing on the floor, rolling emojis. Ha ha ha. It's not funny. It's sickening. You know? He talks like that to everyone. I know it's got to be true, Holly, that he talks like that to everyone. You're not talking to my wife without me here. You know? Unbelievable. Yeah, he's the one that should be pooping him's drawers. In my opinion, they've got them in their pockets. Well, and I mean, they're just as wrong. Law enforcement is just as wrong. DCS is just as wrong. Because they allowed all this to happen. You know? They allowed for all of it. And you're right, Gabby. He shouldn't worry about what we're saying. He should be looking for Sebastian. He shouldn't even be concerned. We should be the least of his worries or concern when he has a whole child missing. You know, a child who is vulnerable, who needs, you know, assistance from time to time. Unbelievable. Yep, he did lie under oath and he said he was cleared. I agree with that, Janet. I have that screenshot. I know I have it. Don't forget calling the cops on Silver and then bragging about it. Yes. Tell me you're guilty without telling me you're guilty. Where's Silver's? I haven't heard anything from them. But I haven't checked either. Like, I haven't checked his channel or anything. But that's a good question. Yeah, but here's another child. Try again. Stop it. I know. And I don't understand. I don't understand why they would allow for her to go over there ever. I mean, she's just a beautiful little child. She doesn't deserve to have to worry about going there ever, in my opinion. They do let their hate override what's right. I agree with that. Yeah, they're total idiots and shit for brains, Holly. I mean, seriously. Because who does that, you know? He did lie in the court about BHB. And I'm sure they're going to try to lie their asses off this time too. You know, but the problem is they're going to have their feet held to the fire if they're called in. And I'm guessing they might be. I don't know for sure. I don't know what's going to transpire. But, you know, I think that they need some accountability. They've never been held accountable, and especially not by any of those people they choose to hang out with. They're never going to. They're just like them. They're never going to feel sorry for treating Sebastian poorly. They're just going to attack. They're going to go on the attack. And that's what people do in their situation when they're narcissists, when they have issues like Chris Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot do. They can never admit when they're wrong. They can't just concede and say, yeah, that was wrong of me. I shouldn't have done that. They have no guilt whatsoever, guys. And this is the problem. Because just think about if you lost one of your kids. There would be a guilt there, whether it was your fault or not, whether you did it on purpose or not, whether it was just because you turned around for 1 second and they were gone. There's always going to be a level of guilt there for a normal person. And it doesn't mean that you did it on purpose. It means that you feel responsible because you were the last one with them. And we see none of that. That is a huge red flag. It's always been a red flag. And I thought maybe it was because I have the Catholic guilt bug or something, where I have a conscience that maybe just overrides sometimes sensibility. right? Where it's like, you know that it's not your fault, but you still feel guilty because you wish that things would have went differently. There's none of that here because Chris and Katie know exactly what they did. In my opinion, they have no remorse. Because I would be, Lori, I'd be beside myself. I'd be like, I cannot believe it. And I would be so apologetic to the father of my child. I don't care if I liked him or not. I'd still feel responsible, even if I didn't mean to, quote, lose the kid, right? Or even if Sebastian decided to run away on my watch, like say he did, which I know he didn't, but say he did. I would still feel, I would come back to me and I would feel like, well, he obviously didn't want to be here, you know? And teenagers can be ones that will run away. I'm not saying they're not, but I mean, the fact that they don't even feel like a little bit bad, they're not even apologizing, like, except for Chris when he's, initially telling Seth, don't be mad, but Sebastian's missing. But he told Seth, don't be mad, Sebastian's missing. He didn't say, don't be mad, but Sebastian ran away. That's a totally different story. So they're telling Seth one thing and they're telling law enforcement another thing. Right off the bat, that's inconsistent. And then we look back on these reports. Oh, well, what's been said over here is inconsistent. Sebastian's telling the truth every time. Chris and Katie are the ones that are lying. Katie even came out and said that Seth said the wrong ages of Sebastian and the other kid. But that's not what we're seeing now. And Detroit says, prove it, you liar. Yeah, prove it. I don't believe he passed the polygraph test. Not in a million years. And KP took the fifth. Innocent? Nope, in my honest opinion. I don't think so either. And this just really shows it. This shows who he is, who he can be, who he's been. Sick people can't see their sick actions. They can't, or behaviors. It's deep chains of narcissistic behaviors and abuse. I agree. SI officer, I agree with that. I just recently dealt with that from somebody that was like, you say that, you want to help other people, but you need to get yourself right because your way of thinking is very off. Very, very off. And narcissists can't see it. A lot of times they refuse to see it or just admit it. They probably see it. They just don't want to admit it because that ego is too big. What mother of a missing child pleads the fifth? I've never heard one. I've never heard one do that, not unless they were guilty. Lying liars that lie, nothing new under the sun, in my opinion. Right. Show poodles, exactly. Tony New York says that just shows how much more they're screwed. That just shows more how they're screwed. They screwed. I knew I was going to read that wrong again. Sorry, Tony. Tony says that just shows more how screwed up they are. Yeah, it does. It does because they can't take any accountability for anything that they've done. His way of feeling guilty is saying, "Don't be mad." Right? Don't be mad. Yeah, I mean that showed guilt right there. But they didn't say, he didn't say, "Don't be mad." Sebastian ran away. Don't be mad. There was an issue and Sebastian took off. And we know he never did that before, but he did this time. She has never acted like a grieving mother. Never. She never pled for him publicly. Sebastian, if you're out there and you can hear me, please call me. She changed her phone number. SA officer says, in my opinion, just like he told Seth, we have to get our story straight. Really? I know. And that would have been a huge red flag to me. I would have never, ever dealt with that very well at all either. And just tell me that, what am I going to do with if it goes south? Ask me that question and oh boy, there would have been a reaction. That's for sure. Hello, Tony Fire. Good to see you. Hey. Respect to Seth. I surely would have been in prison and a few 6 feet under Sebastian will be found and justice will prevail. Thank you, Tony, so much for being here. And yes, I agree with that completely. Yeah, what if this goes south? Joan the homesteader, hi. Crazy, right? I would have just reacted in a very negative way. I just know myself and I know that if somebody came and said that, it wouldn't be a good reaction. I would be shocked, first of all. Probably at first, I might stand there for a minute. In my opinion, he probably even gave Sebastian a recital regarding brushing his teeth, making his bed. And in my opinion, he probably said something to the effect, "You're going to tell her how you don't do this." Well, and I get it, SI officer, because, here's Sebastian trying to get help. And then when it comes down to it and they're at the house, he backtracked and started blaming himself. And that's the first thing a victim does. They blame themselves. That's how I knew when I saw the Moab footage of Gabby Petito and she started blaming herself. I knew right away domestic violence. I knew that she was a victim of domestic violence. And I knew that's what we were looking at because she was over there blaming herself and Brian looked like he had won the lottery. And that's a tall tale sign that something is wrong, you know? So, unbelievable. I know. It's so good to see you, Tony Fire. And why is there a camera in an 8-year-old girl's room? I don't like that. I know. I still haven't figured that out either, Sammy. That's a great point. I mean, what is that? And I just don't think that Nina has any say-so over anything, in my opinion. She might, but it doesn't seem like it's conducive to that. So, in my opinion, KP was instructed by that family to do that. Oh, definitely. Well, we all heard our friend come up here on the panel and talk to us about what she witnessed over at the courthouse when Katie was done lying her ass off. She was getting love from and hugs and kisses and atta girls from Chris Proudfoot's mom, Cruella Bowersox. I believe that wholeheartedly. And then she also alleged that whenever she was wearing a green T-shirt, Katie came up to her and said, "Thank you for wearing the Sebastian T-shirt." And she said, "Well, where is Sebastian, Katie?" And Katie turned bright red like she does. And Chris came to the rescue. Oh, no, you got an earache, Lori? Oh, good night, Lori. I hope you feel better soon. And thank you, Show Poodles. Yes. Yeah, they need to be charged with abuse. They do. They do. I know. As an officer, I would have been so mad. Oh, I would have been mad. Yeah, and poor Gabby. But I knew it, Detroit. Right when I saw it, I was like, this is when you're in that position and you don't have any self-preservation whatsoever, and you start, saying it's my fault, it's all my fault, please, in that moment you're like panicking because you don't want anybody to be in trouble and you don't want it to be worse on yourself. So I guess that part is a little bit of self-preservation. But to sit there and just be like, it's all me, I did it all I was doing this, I was doing that, no, that's a big red flag. You would just out of instinct be saying, I should have checked that door. I should have, would have, could have, blah, blah, blah. Exactly, Sammy. That's exactly what I'm saying. Just anything little like that, any little inkling, right? Like, I wish that, I would have checked on him when that thud happened, but, I didn't. But no, she was blaming Sebastian. It's always been the blame Sebastian theory. Oh, well, I didn't check on him because he's a 15-year-old boy, and you can imagine what he would have been doing and what I would have seen if I'd have just walked in. Well, come to find out, he didn't even have a doorknob on his door, and you could have knocked, and that was always my first thought. And then I was watching the Lower Lodge and he said the same thing. Well, did you ever think of knocking? You know? Oh, it's been all lies from day one and gaslighting people by CP and KP. I agree, Janet. Well, yes. Putting her on the Facebook Live, filming Nina, laughing about it. You know, Tony Fire says, believe me, CP can never be happy in his life. He's having sleepless nights. This will haunt him forever. KP and CP will never be happy. You can't build happiness on others' heartache. That is so well said, Tony. Yeah, so well said. And you're right. And no matter how much they act like they're living their best life, they aren't. You're so right. You know, that's why I would encourage people to just let them be, because we could never inflict the kind of punishment that they so dearly deserve, um, better than, you know, God, you know, and better than, you know, just their daily living, right? Because they've had to hold on to all of this for a very long time, and they come out instead defensive. Well, you're all going to have to eat crow, and I wonder how you like it, and what do you put on your humble pie? All that bull crapola. Shameful. I'd like to see what they've had for dinner lately. Katie, you will never be happy with CP. Bauer socks are all going to throw you under the bus. Wake up, Katie. And see, this is what I'm wondering, Janet, and I have been. Yeah, this exact comment, right? When is all of this going to come to a head? Because look, everybody's up into this point, the way I see it, everybody's been in CYA mode. We all know that's cover your ass mode, right? So they're all in CYA mode up until it really comes down to it. And when it really comes down to it, then we're going to see everybody turning on each other. So discovery is what we need. I believe that too, Cinderella. Diabolical. Diabolical. You know? Yeah, like they just lost a toy. Crickets. Well, and you know, I don't expect that they'll say anything, because I'm sure if they haven't, you know, if they didn't have a lawyer for I'm sure they didn't have a lawyer for this. I'm sure they got one by now. I would imagine when they got served. Yeah, nothing like being a part of a mother's pain and anguish, following the crowd to get an ass pat. Effing poser. Exactly, Detroit, and that's it. And they're okay with that, right? They're proud of that. They love it, and so do the people that, you know, call themselves friends to those. I mean, nobody's their friend. You know, they are laying lower now. Yeah, I agree, show poodles. But if any of those people cared about them or Sebastian, they would be like, hey, you need to chill. You know, you can't be doing that. You certainly aren't going to use my platform to do that, because I don't agree with it, right? But instead, they're like, yeah, come on up, because I'm going to make money off of you. You know? I mean, and misery does love company, SI officer. Yes, very true. Very, very true. Well, I just wanted everybody to see, excuse me, the very worst of Chris Proudfoot. And that was the very worst that I can ever remember him being. You know, is that going off, speaking in tongues, you know. Now, it's not the worst thing he said about Sebastian. I would say some of the worst things he said about Sebastian was to Fred and Sheila, right? Because that's where he was talking about how Sebastian's going to need help, how he could be dead in the woods somewhere, that sort of thing. And again, we've already played Katie's worst, talking about how he could be in a basement, talking about how, you know, we should check the dark web. you know? And it is only a matter of time. It is. Yeah, it is only a matter of time and God's time. That's right, Janet. And all we can do, guys, is keep praying and just keep trying to figure out what could have happened here, with Sebastian. And again, Denise, thank you for sending me that. I will get that. Let me take a look. Whichever the last email that you sent it to is the good email, though. So just so you know. But I appreciate that, and I do find it interesting. I just want to read that other little part on the right hand side. So, oh, great. Okay, Nisi. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Let me grab it. Too, because I was just about to finish up. But if you have it up, that is fantastic. All right, here we go. Okay, I see it. I see it. Here we go. Hold on. Let me pull it in. Oh, thank you so much for that. I really appreciate you getting that in there. Let's go to. Okay, here we go. Okay, yes, it is.
With Sebastian when he goes missing. To both of the Proudfoots. Thank you for being with us. I want to go straight back to when Sebastian goes missing. Miss Proudfoot, I understand that the day before, which would have been Sunday, if I've got the information correct, that you guys went out, you went to dinner, you went to somewhere, I believe you said BJ's, where he had a, quote, colossal popcorn. Then you came home that night, and around 9 p.m., you tell Sebastian to go to bed. He says, okay, he goes to his room. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh.
That night, I understand from previous statements you've made that you went to bed around midnight. Is that correct?
It is.
And to you, Mr. Proudfoot, Chris Proudfoot, did you also go to bed at midnight, or before or after?
No, ma'am. We went to bed around the same time because we were on the phone together.
And
He was not home.
please excuse any of my questions. I'm simply trying to find out more about that night. Do you two sleep in the same bedroom?
He wasn't actually in the home at all that weekend.
You were not home.
No,
okay.
ma'am.
So where were you, Mr. Proudfoot?
I was in Memphis, Tennessee.
How far away is that?
3 hours and 37 minutes from doorstep to doorstep.
Okay, guys, there you have it. I'm just going to play that back really quick again one more time.
With Sebastian when he goes missing. To both of the Proudfoots. Thank you for being with us. I want to go straight back to when Sebastian goes missing. Miss Proudfoot, I understand that the day before, which would have been Sunday, if I've got the information correct, that you guys went out, you went to dinner, you went to somewhere, I believe you said BJ's, where he had a, quote, colossal popcorn. Then you came home that night, and around 9 p.m., you tell Sebastian to go to bed. He says, okay, he goes to his room. Is that correct?
Okay, so they said you came home around 9 p.m. and told Sebastian to go to bed. Is that correct? And she said, yes, ma'am. He cautioned himself. Lady, do you have the audio where he is doing something off of a freeway, the back streets? Him and Katie whispering. She said, it's okay, Bubba. CP said he's gone. See, I don't. Oh, stating. Okay, thank you. No, and I think that was the audio from the Ring camera that you're talking about, SI officer. Oh gosh, Tony, you're so welcome. And also thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here, and also, everybody that is wanting to get to the bottom of this and wants Sebastian to be found. That is 3 hours off, Nisi Marie. Wow. I have never caught that before. That is really something. That is really something. I'm just going to back it up a little bit.
Home that night, and around 9 p.m., you tell Sebastian to go to bed. He says, okay, and goes to his room. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And it almost looks like Katie was going to say something else, but then she doesn't. She stops herself there.
That night, I understand from previous statements you've made that you went to bed around midnight. Is that correct?
It is.
And to you, Mr. Proudfoot, Chris Proudfoot, did you also go to bed at midnight, or before or after?
No, ma'am. We went to bed around the same time because we were on the phone together.
And
He was not home.
please excuse.
Yeah, and he says, well, we were on the phone together, and Katie's like, he was not home. He was not home. But if you're on the phone, then yeah, I mean, I would imagine, again, that you wouldn't be in the same home unless maybe you're texting from a different room. I know people do that. I do know people that will text somebody right next to them also, but not on the phone, not speaking to each other on the phone. Maybe you're in the bedroom and the person's in the kitchen and you're like, hey, fix me a sandwich. No, I'm just teasing. Or something like that, can you grab me, or make sure you turn the lights off, or, something to that effect, but not. Yeah, where's the taking out the trash part? Exactly. Nisi Marie, that's such a good point. No, that's totally off.
Please excuse any of my questions. I'm simply trying to find out more about that night. Do you two sleep in the same bedroom?
He wasn't actually in the home at all that weekend. Christopher
You were
wasn't.
not home.
No,
Okay,
ma'am.
so where were you, Mr. Proudfoot?
I was in Memphis, Tennessee.
I was in Memphis, Tennessee. And then remember on the Holly Thompson interview, Chris was like, I was in Memphis. Why does he get so hazy? Why does he get so nervous? Why can't he just spit that out of her? Because he just did the same thing with Nancy.
I was in Memphis, Tennessee.
I was, why do you have to think about it, Chris? Is it because you're lying and nobody's ever verified your alibi?
How far away is that?
3 hours and 37 minutes from doorstep to doorstep.
Yeah. Oh, okay. This is this is where you're saying about the lights part, Nisi Marie. Okay. And then this is the other light, I'm guessing. Okay, here's subject 1. Now, okay, and then these are, it's so hard to decipher these, and I know it's like, because I know it changes them as you're transferring them. Wow. Also, I want to go ahead and make sure that I drop your link too, because I'm definitely subbed up to Nisi Marie, and you guys should sub up too. Wow, that is a really good catch. I never noticed that she just went ahead and went with that with Nancy. Because didn't they do the same thing when Chris said crystal clear for the first time? They did the same thing, and then Chris is like, well, let me make something crystal clear. And he was talking on Duchess for the missing. Yeah, they don't feel shame. It's all about them. Wow, that was a really good catch. Well, and they just don't ever want to admit when they're wrong, and that's what drives me bonkers. It's like, well, just, you know. I do that to my hubby. Bring me a sandwich. Gabby, I know, right? Or like, oh, hey, don't forget to turn off the TV, or, hey, could you grab this or whatever? Yes. Glass of water. We. Exactly, Janet. And so adamant about saying, oh, no, they weren't in there. Oh, no, wow. This part right here, if you catch, or if you watch close, he allows. Oh, he also swallows in his lips. Well, see, he does that a lot too, where he'll just gulp, like he's really nervous. Because I understand. Look, if I was on Nancy Grace, I'd be nervous too. I can't lie about that part, right? But, just a little bit too nervous, right? Like he's like that gulp is a big indication. Because he's on national TV and stating something as a fact and going to be questioned about it later. True. Very true. Very true. I think you're right, Cinderella. In my opinion, we haven't seen anything yet. I agree with that. And it just makes you cringe to think, especially because of everything we've seen. I wish I still have the PI of Sonny's interview when he said KP pulling in the garage at 6:30. I do have it on my channel, and you're more than welcome to use it. I don't think I put any copyrighted music in that one either. So you should be able to just kind of steal that and just use it. You could re-upload it, because I did. So yeah, just don't even feel, bad about that or anything. Just go ahead and grab it. Because yes, you're right. Because I was thinking the same thing, and I got really aggravated, because I'm like, if they left the Texas Roadhouse at 6:30, how is Sebastian taking out the trash at 6:30? I just feel like that was all a lie, because nobody could make it out. His answer should have been 3.5 hours. Right, Joan, exactly. No one is that precise unless they're following a practice timeline. Yeah, because I'm not saying that, he would have to stop and get gas. He could probably make it on a tank of gas. I'm guessing. I don't know how good his, I don't know what his gas mileage is, but, I would say that he could fill up before he leaves and just drive through and not stop. But sometimes when you hit some of them trafficy areas next to Nashville and stuff like that, it's going to take a little bit longer, just depending on what time of day you hit. Yeah. Oh, did you miss it, Detroit? I'll play it again. Hold on, I could just pull it right back up. Hold on 1 second. Let me go back to. Hang on 1 second. Yeah, there we go.
With Sebastian when he goes missing. To both of the Proudfoots. Thank you for being with us. I want to go straight back to when Sebastian goes missing. Miss Proudfoot, I understand that the day before, which would have been Sunday, if I've got the information correct, that you guys went out, you went to dinner, you went to somewhere, I believe you said BJ's, where he had a, quote, colossal popcorn. Then you came home that night, and around 9 p.m., you tell Sebastian to go to bed. He says, okay, he goes to his room. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That night, I understand from previous statements you've made that you went to bed around midnight. Is that correct?
It is.
And to you, Mr. Proudfoot, Chris Proudfoot, did you also go to bed at midnight or before or after?
No, ma'am. We went to bed around the same time because we were on the phone together.
And
He was not home.
please excuse any of my questions. I'm simply trying to find out more about that night. Do you two sleep in the same bedroom?
He wasn't actually in the home at all that weekend. Christopher
You were
wasn't.
not home.
No,
Okay.
ma'am.
So where were you, Mr. Proudfoot?
I was in Memphis, Tennessee.
How far away is
Oh, I do see that.
that?
3 hours and 37 minutes from doorstep to doorstep.
Yeah, I did see that, Gabby. And yes, Coffee Crime and Cats, I do believe he got that from the Google, because that's when I looked it up. It said 3 hours and 37 minutes. Someone please investigate Kate alone. Yes, any cops who are trusted. I agree with that, Janet. I'm doing the background of the interview of Nancy to show the shadows who's in the RV. It will show who's in the RV, and I have technological ways to do it. Oh, awesome. I'm ready to see that. And thank you, Joan. Hendersonville is before Nashville. Okay, so you won't have as much traffic. I was trying to think of when I was driving through, and yeah, so thank you for correcting me there. Because I know that's where I hit some traffic, was right there. Yeah, nobody speaks to my wife. Exactly. And what? And he wouldn't have been in Memphis, he would have been in Mississippi. Oh, true. Sounded like someone whispered after she said, "Yes, ma'am." See, and I mean that there was so much noise in the background of that, Rosebud. Maybe I should go back and try to think, try to see if I could raise the volume on some of those parts. I mean, I definitely always have to raise Katie's volume, which I did whenever I reposted that interview on my channel. I went back and, Chris is even a little bit lower than he usually is, like speaking wise. But Katie's like talking like this, and that freaking drives me nuts. I'm like, enunciate your words, So after Memphis, there is very little traffic. I used to live around there and made those trips often. Okay, so he possibly could have made it. See, and I heard that, Joan. You're jogging my memory too, because I've heard a lot of people say that he could have made the trip in like 3 hours, is what I've heard before from other people that made the trip. And especially if you're driving at nighttime, that's my favorite time to drive, is at nighttime, because you do miss a lot of traffic, right? Like when you start hitting that 6 o'clock hour, that 7 o'clock a.m., it's like, oh, time to pull over and take a nap, so I could avoid some of that traffic. But yeah, you're right. Someone was picking up a set of car keys as well. It was so loud in there. So loud. Well, and I still can't really pin down a time to when he went and got that RV. She wouldn't be interviewed now, in my opinion. They have definitely lawyered up with these suits. Oh, yeah, I think so too. Yeah, show poodles. I know. I agree there. Yeah, even though the suits aren't against them. Well, I mean, because I think they, in my opinion, no, I think they realize that they will probably be called in as witnesses, because their name, well, especially in the DCS stuff, in my opinion. But they're also named in the lawsuit, not as somebody who is a defendant, but just as someone who could be a witness to some of this. Obviously, it's pertaining to what happened in their household. So that's kind of my thought process on it, Right. Yeah, Joan, good point. Easily 3 hours after dark. Yeah, no cops. Yeah, see, and that's why, I always try to factor that in, too. So yeah, okay, thank you, because yeah, when you're driving at night, it's just so much nicer, and there's not as many, people on the road, and then he also supposedly has a radar detector in his car, which he admitted, I think, to what was it, Nerdy Addict, I think. Um, yeah, if I lower the volume of others, and then when nothing, I could always heighten. I just know it's loud, and especially when you wear your earbuds, you can hear it so much better when you wear your earbuds. Um, yeah, we all knew there was someone in the background. Oh yeah, I thought maybe it was a lawyer since they went on Nancy Grace, because I mean, and they also look like they both of them seen a ghost. I mean, they really look guilty in that Nancy Grace interview. They just do. Yeah, there's more than one person in the RV. I can tell you that as well. Yeah, it sounded like people were moving around, and in in his fifth wheel, like that is it's got a lot of pop outs, and it's amazing how much room you get from a pop out, added on. Like, it makes it feel bigger, more people can fit. Um, it is crickets over there. Even the loudest who went after Seth are not even touching on this litigation. I wonder why. Good point, Rosebud. I haven't heard anybody get into it at all, which is probably better because, again, we're dealing with people who aren't going to ever say they were wrong. They're never going to apologize. They're never going to come out and say, look, I mean, I shouldn't have stuck up for these people. They're just as bad as them, in my opinion. God only knows what their kids would say about them if they had the chance. Yeah, they saw a ghost. Well, and also I think they were kind of a little bit, sedated, but that's just my opinion. You know, I'm wondering if it was Cruella or effing Patty. It might have been Patty. The lawyer um, from Nina's case, because I know they retained her and they used her for some different things. Regarding custody and things like that. So maybe Patty was there. If there's a woman in the background. So, yeah. I see that different now. Thanks to Kylie. Please play that back one more time. The bed part. Yeah, I'll play it back. Hold on one second, guys. Let me play it back.
With Sebastian when he goes missing. To both of the Proudfoots. Thank you for being with us. I want to go straight back to when Sebastian goes missing. Miss Proudfoot, I understand that the day before, which would have been Sunday, if I've got the information correct, that you guys went out, you went to dinner, you went to somewhere, I believe you said BJ's, where he had a, quote, colossal popcorn. Then you came home that night, and around 9 p.m., you tell Sebastian to go to bed. He says, okay, and goes to his room. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and they don't say anything. I just want to stop it there too again. She doesn't say anything about Sebastian playing for a while, taking the trash out. You're absolutely right. None of that was said.
That night, I understand from previous statements you've made that you went to bed around midnight. Is that correct?
It is.
And to you, Mr. Proudfoot, Chris Proudfoot, did you also go to bed at midnight or before or after?
No, ma'am. We went to bed around the same time because we were on the phone together.
And
He was not home.
please excuse Please excuse any of my questions. I'm simply trying to find out more about that night. Do you two
Somebody goes, and I always thought maybe that was Katie, but it sounds like somebody else did that.
simply trying to find out more about that night? Do you two sleep in the same bedroom?
He wasn't actually in the home at all that weekend. Christopher
You were
wasn't.
not home.
No, ma'am.
Okay. So where were you, Mr. Proudfoot?
I was in Memphis, Tennessee.
How far away is that?
3 hours and 37 minutes from doorstep to doorstep.
Mhm. Yeah. That's crazy. That definitely on some kind of sedative, you think too? They do look like scared or almost statues. Yes. Yes, ma'am, constantly. Oh, yeah, because we don't see Chris acting the way we just heard him act previously. You know? I think CB and TB could have been in there too. I mean, they're like thick as thieves. A liquid sedative, possibly. Yes. Well, yes, look at KP's eyes are dilated. Yeah, and that's where I pulled in that one picture of like her eyes that are just like dead eyes that I showed the other night. When I get the video cleanup on the flashlight, I will compare faces from the RV versus the flashlight faces, allegedly. Okay. Oh my gosh. Yes. In a whisper, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to try to mess with that a little bit too. See if we can't get the audio up a little. CP always coughs. Don't say Kate one interview. Well, and I'm wondering too because I could hear somebody. I always thought that was Katie, but Katie does like a clearing of her throat, like like very low. But somebody else was like, kind of like I've been doing because of my cold. So, well, they say it's laryngitis. I don't know. Um, Probably CB clearing his throat like CP. Yes, because I never noticed that either. See how it's so funny how if we do like a little tiny piece. I'm so glad you did that. Thank you, Nisi Marie, for that. I really appreciate it because I never noticed that before. I always just thought that was Katie, but it couldn't have been because she wasn't clearing. You could tell when she clears it softly. Somebody else was in the background did it loud, and it wasn't Chris. And Chris is under Tennessee, or excuse me, and Chris is under Hendersonville and Madison, Tennessee. Zanny the nanny. Yeah, they took a little Zanny the nanny having to talk to Miss Grace over here. Mrs. Grace. Oh boy. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Wow, guys. Well, that was really interesting, and I appreciate you sharing that too, because wow, it's just the things we catch, the things that we can look back on. I feel like all of it needs to be reanalyzed, which is like, oh gosh. But it's well worth it, and I want to point out too in these lawsuits, that's what Seth is asking for is for an actual overhaul, right? Redo of this case because Sebastian deserves it. They didn't do it the right way the first time. They just didn't. SA officer says, lady, I got interrupted earlier. Never got to see if you saw my comment. Do you have the audio of KP and CP allegedly stating something about taking something to a freeway? KP saying, it's okay, Bubba. I think, well, and see, I didn't see the rest of your comment. Is that the one that they had released of the Ring camera? That one was so hard to make out, but I wouldn't mind trying to play it again. I do have that interview, Jessica. Hey, I do. My pH is flat now, so I will do more Googling later. Yeah, Kylie, I do need, um, I need to listen back to those as well because I want to pick pieces out, especially the alibi. That's what I've been looking for lately. But I also wanted to hear what others were saying about it too. And so I didn't get very far because I was kind of down that rabbit hole. Um, but yeah, Jessica, what about the interview with Olivia? They have QB super chatted Justin with a nice comment about Sebastian. Two other creators have said it's time to rethink this. I'm shocked. Oh, wow. Really? I didn't know that, Sammy. Well, that's good news. Wow. I'm impressed. And I stand corrected. Hmm. Interesting. Well, I mean, sooner or later, the thing is that we have to follow the facts. So if the facts are following, or the facts are leading us to a different avenue, we would be doing a great disservice if we didn't, try to get to the bottom of that and follow that, in my opinion. I mean, if something came out and it was just undeniable, I would have to, change my tune, right? We would have to start looking in other places and follow those facts. Yes, they were whispering. Okay, I'm gonna have to find it because I know it's out there. I'm not the best one to redo the audio, but I wonder if I couldn't help it a little bit to enhance it because I have with other bits of audio. Um, she was saying it's okay, Bubba, and CP made the statement supposedly, allegedly, he's gone. He said that he was going to go to the freeway and get rid of, etc. So I do remember that. I do remember that. Mm. And I'm guessing that was around the time of the 3 a.m. lights, as much as I know. Yeah. Yeah, and I love Justin. And I mean, hey, if people are willing to, concede that, so, if they're willing to come out and be like, yeah, we should really rethink this. I mean, I'm not going to hate for that. I think that that's a good thing. I think that's really positive and a big step. I mean, talk about one small step for mankind. That's a huge ass step, in my opinion. Um, I would want people to show me that type of grace too. Sebastian would have been Katie. Yeah, already what, Katie? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Janet. That's a big one that stuck with me. Joan remembers that too. Listen to Chris as if he were there. We went. Oh shit, because we were on the phone together. He was not in the home. Yes. And it's always we, right? And he's never talked about it as if he wasn't there. Like he wasn't like, um I was talking to Katie and I heard her tell Sebastian to go to bed at 9, something like that, even though I get that they were on the phone after. But I mean, any of that, he says it as if he was there. Jessica says in that interview when KP goes to answer a question, she kind of hesitates or she goes back to a certain memory and she really slips up. Hmm. And she's done that so many times. I mean, that's really well said. Show Poodle says sooner or later, people have to face reality and facts don't care about your feelings, in my opinion. No, they don't. And, if we don't follow the facts, we're not going to be able to find Sebastian. And it just seems like none of them have. Um, oh, okay. Was it Emma Motero? Was it Emma Motero, SI officer? Yeah, I would love it if they rethink the case for sure. Yeah, they have to start with Katie, and they need to get it to where Katie isn't. doesn't have her safety blanket, which is Proudfoot. Rosebud says, I don't entertain that alleged audio, the ruckus video, or the other one of them, Carrie and Sebastian. The flashlight video, that's different. LE did acknowledge the flashlight video, but not as evidence. Yeah, I could respect that, Rosebud. I mean, I just think that if Sebastian made it home, it's the lights video is where he got out, unless, or he was brought out, unless it was in the morning. That's the only thing I can think of, because there is like about a 30-minute window there too, give or take. Where if it was premeditated and they knew they were going to do this, or something even happened that was unforeseen that night. But I still go back to the Texas Roadhouse video, and it just seems like Sebastian's being told something that he's not liking, and Katie's really being like aggressively scolding to him and things. He was getting ready to mess that up. I want to rethink how that would go if CP was home. Right. And my only thing too is, how did he get out? But then again, he could have been in the back seat of Katie's SUV too, and that maybe that's why Mama Socks was waiting. I always thought someone was in the camper. Oh yeah, me too, Cinderella. Because it's loud. You can hear people messing around. Like, you can hear things going on. And it's not like, well, it's kind of like, well, who is that in the camper? If it's supposed to be just those two in the camper, but there was somebody being really loud in the background. I agree. When that happened, I did get for real chills. She almost described Sebastian in a not so good setting, or actual memory that took place. I'm just surprised we haven't been able to clean that audio up. Yeah, I'll look for it. I think it was MMO Tarot, though. There's so much to look at again. I've been going over every single video and have seen or heard stuff I didn't remember. Yeah, well, it hits differently now too, doesn't it, Detroit? Now that we know what we know now, it's going to be like, we're going to be able to put things together more easily. She does slip up all the time. And she whispered the word shit after saying he's already. Right. Right. He would have been. And then she says, oh shit. She did that too with, that was at the year mark, So, and using past tense. I would love it if this community could start to mend instead of being so split. Yeah, Gabby. I mean, I think it's time, especially because we have more proof. And what's horrible is law enforcement facilitated all of that. They never tried to put a stop to the madness. They never did. They never came out and said, anything to help us understand. And their lack of transparency is the reason for such a split too. But I also blame Chris and Katie. In my opinion, they're telling these people stuff, and I mean, if I didn't know any better, I might believe them too. Yes, I agree. And at the grocery store, yes. Yeah. Gabby, at least be reasonable and see CP and KP as some kind of saint. Well, and I don't understand that either, because Chris has been so vile. Like, I mean, I think that's why I don't see Katie as being that bad, because she has been like less, right? But then you kind of see her when she doesn't know she's being recorded, and when we get a real idea of her. And I do think she's got a mean streak. But I think that's why I don't have as much disdain for her, is because she hasn't come out here and been so vile. but then she's allowing her husband to do it. So Katie's back in the same position where she's getting blamed for shit that Chris is doing when she didn't even herself do it, but maybe she is doing it behind the scenes, So it's hard to gauge. And a lot of people are like, hey, I don't want to blame people if I don't know for sure. But I mean, Oh, 358 in the video. Okay, 358. Thank you, Jessica. In my opinion, they're both exhausted from all the effery. Oh, I'm sure. What days did Sebastian have the meeting at school? Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 3 times a week. Monday he goes missing. He had a meeting about his therapist. I wondered too, in my opinion, why he went missing. Well, people have been speculating on that too. Yeah, because they're like, why would she cancel the appointment? And we're going to get into that too, because I want to do a live stream on just Katie, right? I want to just do one about her actions, right? Not necessarily taking Chris out of the equation because he's in it, but her actions and what she has done, knowing, right? Because she was the one that canceled the appointment. And let's face it, she's his mom. And she's been making excuses up for Proudfoot. And even in my opinion, she could be lying about the alibi. We just don't know. I did go back to the house. Well, and I heard Katie's voice. It sounded like she was crying, like loud. But here's the thing that's crazy that I just don't understand is that no one else heard them out there doing that, like anything. She's explaining when she seen that was not in the home, how she drove here and there. But listen, he'd already, yes. I do have, where did I put that? Oh, I did show that, Jessica, in my video that I did about the cutthroat gesture, right? I did. Yeah, I did show that. I know exactly where you're talking about. Everyone who is slashing seen it too, Lady Freedom, so we can analyze everyone's findings if you can. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I need to go look. I know I want to say, and I thought I saw it. Was it Guidance that had it? In my opinion, the meat of the litigation is DCS not contacting the biofather who had 50-50 placement. That is a clear violation of the law, protocol, standards that agency is supposed to follow. Well, and I was talking about it earlier too, Rosebud, is I just don't understand why the neighbors never came out and said anything to Seth or gave him the footage. Like, you can give it to TBI all day long, but wouldn't you give it to the father of the missing child? I mean, I would. I mean, it doesn't matter what my opinion is at that point. If I have knowledge and proof that Sebastian was being hit with the pressure washer and called those rotten names, and Chris was saying, it's either him or me, all that, giving out ultimatums, and they have that on camera, and they have video proof of that, I'd be giving it to Seth. And that's a problem I have, and the photos at the Texas Roadhouse. Yes, I might be wrong. Please, if you re-listen to it, let me know. You're on it. Yeah, I will. I'm gonna have to, what I'll have to do is I'll probably have to pull that in and put the volume up a little bit on Katie because she's very low. No worries about the typos. I was asleep is not a clear alibi. Yeah, exactly, Rosebud. Well, I mean, she could have showed her iWatch. I think there's some ways that she could have established an alibi if she tried, but it's as if nobody asked her for one because they were all in, CYA mode. I mean, they all knew they didn't contact Seth. The police didn't contact him. CPS didn't contact him. Katie didn't contact him. And they had his information. They had him documented in their notes. You know, so I wonder about the threatened or paid. And I do wonder about that too. The neighbors. Well, just the way that other person on the post was like, well, they put their neck on the line. And it's like, well, I mean, but you do that for a young kid with autism who needs our help though. So none of us get a cookie, none of us get a reward. We do it because we know it's right and because he deserves it. Sebastian deserves it. So in my opinion, just the fact that we're helping Sebastian, this poor kid, he was asking people to help him, and if we're not going to help him, we're going to turn the other cheek, or we're going to act like it's not happening, or we're going to be afraid because Chris Proudfoot says he's going to do this or that. I mean, what kind of humans are we that we would allow for Sebastian to just disappear and poof and he's a ninja and this is a case that's going to be studied and all this nonsense, And Jessica says if she was driving around looking, why would he already fit in the wording at all? There are many other slips and so forth. Thank you for responding. Of course. Oh yeah, and thank you for bringing that up because you're right. And I do remember playing that. And I also remember Clue. Oh my God, she had a fit. She had a fit up her butt about that one. It's because I said Katie did the cutthroat motion. And I think who noticed it first, actually, yeah, because I used her clip. CNY family. And I was like, I'll be darned. She did say it like that, didn't she? And then I was like, what's the gesture? And that's what it told me, the cutthroat gesture when I Googled it. See, I took Katie's advice and Googled it. And that's what it came up. Exactly, wasn't it said there was a lot of noise in the house that night? Well, and that's the thing. People obviously, I guess, were afraid and felt like they were putting their neck, quote unquote, their necks out on the line. Which I just have a problem with that, especially because Chris Proudfoot has stalked me, and did all that effery sending out those creeps. Right? They did that all for Chris Proudfoot. It was right there in the live. The judge here knows about it. They know about it. They know because it's right there in the live stream. Oh, we're going to contact Chris and Katie Proudfoot, and I got Chris's number, and I'm going to tell him to watch the live so he could be here when we drive past Lady Freedom's house. Right? That's what they did. Just what he was describing that he was going to do to Brittany J. Right? I mean, and they've said it before, too. How would you like if somebody drove past your house? Well, we didn't lose a whole child either. Any of us. You did. So stop pointing the finger. Yeah, right is right and wrong is wrong. I mean, Cheryl, that got side eye for me. He canceled the court case and blamed it on Sebastian being missing. Yes, it's always the blame Sebastian. It's always blame Sebastian. Sure is. How did he know Sebastian wasn't going to come back home? Well, and I also have that. I have that too. Like I said, I've been trying to put together a few things for us here, but it's just like there's so much of it. There's so many times where they refer to the alibi. There's so many times, I wondered if he was home because of the upcoming court for Faith. I'm wondering that too. And also, when I was watching Lore Lodge, he alluded to that. And it was also said that other people had said that Chris Proudfoot went home on Friday, that he wasn't at the campgrounds all weekend. So then they put out treats and a blanket and skipped town. What in the actual F? And that's another thing too. Detroit, I don't even, well, I'll just say this. I don't even know, how do I want to say it? I don't even know if they actually changed the locks after Sebastian went missing or the day before. Because like I said, and I played the clip here, and I don't know why the neighbors would lie about this, but the neighbor said that Friday when Sebastian got off the bus, he went to the front door, he used his keypad lock code, excuse me, and he opened the door and everything worked just fine. He said that, or she said that on Saturday, you can see Katie leaving and pulling out of the driveway, and her and Sebastian go somewhere. And when they come back, she lets Sebastian out of the vehicle and he goes to the front door, but he can't get in. And so he skips back and he goes in through the garage. I mean, that right there tells me that that right there tells me that his door code didn't work and he needed to go in through the garage. And that's the neighbors that said that. I didn't say that. I don't live in the neighborhood. I'm not their across the street neighbor. That's what they're saying. You know? Oh, yeah. And I believe it started well before that too, Rosebud. I think they all knew. And that was the trail of deceit. When they were saying that Sebastian didn't need any services, no services needed. Now that is so deceitful in my opinion. And just leaving Sebastian to fend for himself. Exactly. Why not call in and tell the boss that your child is missing? No boss would say come in anyway. No, and they probably would make you sit there at the job. They would probably be like, "Go, we got this." Then again, I'm sure there's protocols and procedures at places, but the neighbors know the dynamics. If they never spoke, I mean, how did they know CP wasn't his dad or that Seth was? Well, because here's the thing, and I was thinking about that too, Sammy, but here's the thing. Seth would come there and pick up Sebastian and take him for the weekend. If they're close enough to the Proudfoots that they know what was said and they could hear what was being said, and he was telling people, come get your R word, or excuse me, people were overhearing him telling Katie, come get your R word son, then I think that they could probably deduct from that, that's not his real dad. And then there's some dude sitting in his truck waiting on Sebastian to come out, and then Sebastian leaves for the weekend. Again, they can deduct that that's probably his dad and he's going for the weekend visit with his dad. So, I mean, yeah, I can't give them any excuse. I mean, I wish I could. I wish I could make sense of why they wouldn't tell Seth anything. But then again, they're all saying, oh, they should get, kudos and, snacks for, just for putting their neck on the line, quote unquote. But, I don't know. I'm just guessing that they knew, yeah, going to go down in history. Yeah, exactly, Janet. Why did CP call the officers by their names? Friends from school, family friends? Oh, yeah. He'd be like, we're going to have this little effing powwow right now, Joan. Yeah. We need to reference timestamps to command center versus call to dispatch or friend in LE. Yeah. Well, and see, like Kiki was saying earlier, it's hard to pinpoint because there was a couple of different the people that obtained those, there was some discrepancies even in that. And I know exactly what she's talking about because I've seen ones that say that the call came in about 6:20, but then I've also heard 6:38, and that's all AM. And then, the big red light wasn't until, I think Kiki said earlier, 7:28 or 7:30 ish. So, but I think that's a good idea, is to reference those timestamps to the command center. Yeah, he didn't want to bring any attention to it at all. Exactly. No, they didn't even want their house. They kept on saying Sebastian was last seen in the area of Stafford Court. That was not right. That's what law enforcement, the TBI, was putting out. Well, no wonder. The TBI is lucky they're not getting sued, in my opinion. Because they're just as liable, in my opinion. I wish someone would go and interview the neighbors again and officially document their statements. What in the actual F kind of law enforcement is running this clown show? Did they ever watch Columbo? I know. Well, no, they just like to make fun of people who do, or who have. But we all know this is the first 48 hours that are so crucial in finding out information. And they obviously didn't even need that because they already had knowledge of Sebastian. They already had contact and knew about Sebastian, right? He was involved in their CPIT team. He was under Title IV about to get taken out of the household. They did the FAST assessment on the house. That's where they do a full dossier on everybody in that house. It doesn't matter if they're, 0 to 100 years old, according to what I'm reading online. So somewhere they did a bad job. Somewhere they didn't do what they were supposed to do. It's my recollection that when they asked for people to post video footage, the neighborhood Facebook group, the girl in the car with Bobby that CP yelled at had posted their ring footage. Yes, that's what I recall as well, Sammy. Yeah. And they were doing it all to the Facebook group. So where is all of that? And how come Seth wasn't invited to that Facebook group? That's another big piece, as Rosebud was saying. That Seth was oblivious to all of this. They were not including him in any of it. And that really bothers me as a parent, because I wouldn't want to be Seth. I wouldn't want people treating me that way, especially when it comes to my daughter, my son, my kid. Never. People are so divided, 2026, who to trust. I know. That's very true, Janet. That's a great point. I wanted to know the agent that came to gather footage from the residential homes in the neighborhood. Well, according to the dispatch audio, there were several. They were like requesting footage house to house, and they were also asking to look in the crawl spaces and things of that nature. So yeah, because his trailer was parked in Mississippi, and maybe that's why he was like, I was in Memphis. Maybe that's why he can't push it out. And and that's and another really great point is that he never told his boss, allegedly, or coworkers, that he was married or has a stepson, or that his stepson was missing. Rosebud says, I thought 6:20 was the call to Seth and 6:30ish to LE, or vice versa. Well, I think Chris was telling people 6:20 that he had called into law enforcement, but I think the dispatch audio was saying about 6:38. That's it. Kiki said 6:18 was another source for that posted the dispatch was citing 6:18 was when they called. I mean, if they called it 6:18 or 6:20, then they absolutely didn't give it enough time, in my opinion. Like, to really even look around to find them yourself. I mean, that just, I feel like they reported way too early. I think they really messed up. I think that was one of their big screw ups on, their big mistakes, and accidentally posted the audio or didn't know where the audio attached. If true, that would make sense why CP keeps being keeps bringing up that young girl in different situations. If true, no, I think you're right, Sammy. Excuse me. Yeah, I think you're right, and there's got to be a reason why they're trying to go after Bobby and her son's girlfriend, or who was his girlfriend at the time. I'm not sure if they're still dating or what. That's right. So many of us are next to Seth. Could keep going. Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, whistleblowers do get hurt. Well, and I agree with that, Janet. I still watch the reruns. My grandma and my mom's favorite Columbo. Oh yeah, I used to like watching Murder She Wrote when I was when I was younger with my grandma. That's the one she liked. Summer Wells, Jack and Lily, Sebastian, where are all these children? Just go poof and no accountability. I know, it's so infuriating. Precise on the 3 hours and CP is precise on the 3 hours and 37 minutes, but can't remember what time he called Seth or Le. Great point, Joan. And that's what really bugs me about Chris, is that he has a great memory when it comes to some things, but other things he has no idea. Oh, I don't know. I can't recall. I don't remember. I don't know. CP could remember what year his car was. Boom, Janet. That was another thing that Aiden talked about in the Lore Lodge. I just remember watching his video, by the way, back when I first watched it for the first time. And I wrote something in his comments like, this is so validating, or I said something like that. I should go back and see if it's still there. But it was almost like, the clouds had parted and the sunshine came through. I'm like, who is this, sweet young lad from the Lore Lodge, because he just did such a good job. But yeah, I mean, he even asked everybody. He had, I think it was the other Aiden, because it's the two Aidens. And I think their two girlfriends were there, because I heard two girl voices in the guy's voice. And if I'm recalling it correctly, but there was at least a couple people in the room who were like, oh, that's right. Yes. Because he said, what's the year of my car? And his girlfriend said, blah, 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 whatever year of the car. And then, and then he pointed at Aiden's girlfriend, and he's like, what kind of car does Aiden drive? And she tells the make, model, color, whatever. And he's like, I rest my point, and I'm like, exactly. And all guys know. They all know. I mean, they love to tell you about their vehicle and their truck, but no, not Chris Proudfoot. SA officer says, yeah, we don't see any skirting on any of their, well, and who tells somebody else to put skirting on their camper? His boss was like, I told him to go put skirting, or that Jeff guy. He's like, I told him to put skirting on the camper. It's like, who tells someone else to put skirting on their camper? If you want to put skirting on your camper, you do it. Nobody tells you to put it on. Like, if somebody told me to do something with my camper, I'd be like, no, I'm going to do what I want. Like, I think that would be just weird. Like I said, none of that stuff makes sense. Anna says the things that set him off was the back door to the house, his mom, his truck, where they went after Sebastian disappeared. Those are all red flags to me and have something to do with the story, in my opinion. I believe that too, Anna. Yeah, absolutely. Those were all real hot button issues for him, weren't they? Aiden was spot on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They're very good. They're very good. They're young kids, that nothing gets past them. Very intelligent. Family all involved. Craddock, Bowersox, Melissa, Danny, Lauren. Yeah, Lori. Yeah, yeah. Who else? Names stay the same. Well, and I can't believe it. Carly. Yeah, and I don't know why Lori was there before anybody else. How did she get there? Where did she come from? Because allegedly she was there that weekend visiting. And again, it's a Monday. You would think she would be back to work herself and way out of town. She would have left Sunday night, right? But she wasn't there for the spaghetti pancakes. She wasn't there allegedly that we know of. She was never mentioned to have gone to BJ's for the grand opening to go get those, yummy samples that Katie said she brought Sebastian there because he likes to eat samples. Well, that made sense to me. I like to eat samples too, so why not? Who doesn't, right? But it was just weird that you would do that, in my opinion, until she said, okay, well, he likes to eat the samples. All right, well, that makes more sense. But again, they get so angry when you ask questions. Well, that just helps clarify. That's the only thing that did for me. And the only reason I had a question about it, it wasn't accusatory. It was because I wanted to find a better understanding. But when they get so angry when you ask them one little question, or you hear Chris Proudfoot being so vulgar, talking about a field of, male members, I mean, it's atrocious. It's appalling, you know? Yeah, look in your call log. Exactly. Exactly, SI officer. Ah, Detroit. I've done that before too. I'm like, don't you have to get up for work? You slept past your alarm. It's Sunday. I'm sad he said he would never do a current case again. He's so good at it. Don't forget KP's work van. No, Gabby, we can't forget that. See? Oh, this is what's so hard, A lot of YouTube people working what happened to Sebastian, so many disappeared. Well, and I think if all of us were to be working together and comparing notes, I bet you we could figure it out. I bet we could all get together and just figure that out. Aw, Detroit, that's so sweet of you, though. Aw. Well, guys, I'm going to hop off of here and get to work on some of the things, putting together some of those things. But yeah, all of this needs to be kept in mind. We need to remind each other and don't let each other forget. And if there's one piece that fits into the other, we just got to, lay it all out there, because oh gosh, it's a horrible, horrible situation that Sebastian hasn't been found yet. There's really no excuse for it. Not in this day and age, not with the technology that we have, not with the knowledge that they had to begin with. All the police had to do was do the right thing. And instead, they listened to Chris and Katie, and look where that got them. Any of these creators that have been sticking up for Chris and Katie, all they had to do was do the right thing. And that's what sucks. But instead, they listened to Chris and Katie, and look where they're at. I mean, unbelievable. Unbelievable. So let's hope that things should take a turn. Hey, it's never too late. In my opinion, it's never too late. I mean, there's only certain times where it's too late. And let's not get it that far. But Chris and Katie could come out and come clean and tell us where Sebastian is at any time. At any given time, they can take that burden right off of themselves. Whether they're going to choose to do so or not is on them. So, no, there wasn't a happy, and I think the Texas Roadhouse footage does tell us a lot about what was happening there, because there wasn't, I'd like to see the footage from BJ's. Um, yeah, and then, I still have questions about why they didn't go bowling. There was only 2 people ahead of them, and Katie didn't want to, because that's what she told Heather. She said there were 2 people ahead of them on the waiting list. But she lets, but see, she contradicts herself, because she says later that Sebastian went home and was playing in his room. So he had like 2 hours to play in his room. How come they couldn't go bowling? How come they couldn't wait on, the game? So we're going to get more into that too. Because I do believe Katie is a big liar, in my opinion. Yeah, they did. They did fail him. They did, Anna. Yes, exactly. Let's get them all together, especially if you guys have like anything on the. Right now, I'm really focused on Chris's alibi, because I do want to talk about that. Because, I mean, that's one big thing we were really gaslit on, right? Like, people were like, yes, his alibi is just fine. And, even the PIs were like believing it. They're like, oh, he was in Memphis. But then there was other people like Bullhorn Betty that were going to the job site and talking. Same thing with Silver's on the scene. He went out there and started interviewing people. And, that's just not the case. So, yes. We're all sleuthing. We're sleuthing. Yeah. And if we can help out law enforcement, or, FBI, or the attorneys, let's do it. Let's give them a little something there. Here you go. This is a nugget, because yeah, Seth deserves answers. Sebastian deserves to come home, and yeah, it's just gotten way out of hand. But all right, guys. Well, I love you all so very, very much. Thank you all so much for joining tonight, and I will see you all next time.